This conference will now be recorded.
Hi, this is Brad Chase, Chairman of the Harwich Conservation Commission. I'd like to welcome everybody to a special meeting on Tuesday, January 26, 2021, to discuss wetland bylaw changes. First, let me read a message from the Governor's Office on having remote participation meetings. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law, Chapter 30A, Section 18, and the Governor's March 15, 2020 order imposing strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place, this meeting of the Town of Harwich Conservation Commission on January 20, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. will be conducted via remote participation. Specific information and the general guidelines for remote participation by members of the public and/or parties with a right and/or requirement to attend this meeting can be found on the Town of Harwich website at www.harwich-ma.gov. For this meeting, members of the public who wish to watch the meeting may do so via recording on demand on the Harwich Channel 18 website or on our Town of Harwich YouTube page. So thank you. Again, it's a special meeting to look at bylaw updates. I really regret not having this meeting in person. I think it would be very helpful to have us, talking to each other and working on ideas, but that's where we are today. I think for the most part, a lot of the work we do with the Conservation Commission can be routine review of permit applications, and this often involves long meetings, and it's not always fully appreciated. We are essentially regulators, and it comes down to private property owners really don't care to be regulated. I know I don't care for that. But for me, one of the more rewarding aspects of my time in the Commission has been the opportunity to improve our regulations and bylaws to better protect the natural resources of Harwich. And I think our present Commission members, the composition we have right now, is really fantastic. I think they've done a really good job with this in recent years. And of course, none of this would be possible without the steady guidance and support from our Conservation Agent, Amy Usowski, and Assistant Agent, Nikki Smith. So I just wanted to give a little context. Tonight is a continuation of this process to use our experience in advancing science to make improvements to our ability to protect the public natural resources of Harwich. So tonight we'll discuss wetlands bylaw changes with a novel feature of an in-lieu fee process for sites where mitigation is difficult, and then secondly, the town wetland bylaws on water-dependent structures. So I think we have a lot of items to discuss tonight, and we will possibly vote on some of these. And so I think what I'll do is turn over the wetlands in lieu fee process and those updates to Amy, and then I'll come back in a little while when it's time to have a presentation on the water-dependent structures. I think what I'd like to do is, once we go through sections, to have the Commission members given an opportunity to comment, and then give an opportunity for comment from other town departments and boards, and then finally ask on comments from the members of the public. And I'd like to allocate 1 hour for discussion on the first item, and then 2 hours for water-dependent structure. And if I feel like we're slipping away from this, I may impose some time limits on comments, but hopefully we won't have that happen. So with that long introduction, I think I'll turn it over to Amy to start the first item.
Thank you, Brad. So I'm going to walk you through the proposed changes that the Conservation Commission and myself made to the Harwich Wetlands Protection Bylaw, which is Chapter 310 of the town's general bylaws. I'll just back up for a second and talk about process. So bylaws have to get changed at town meeting. Regulations can be changed at a public meeting. Tonight, while we're predominantly speaking about bylaws because we're trying to get any changes ready for a spring town meeting, and that warrant or those bylaw changes are due by mid-February, which doesn't, even though we've been talking about a lot of these changes for a very long time, it doesn't leave a lot of time to kind of put things together in writing. So that being said, while we're going to stick largely to bylaws tonight, regulations get, the bylaw is an overarching document, and the nitty-gritty is where we get into the regulations. So what I'm going to start with is going through the sections of the Harwich Wetlands Protection Bylaw. The last revision that was done was May town meeting in 2014. So again, it's chapter 310 of the wetland of the bylaw for the town. There are no changes in 310-1, the purpose. In 310-2, definitions, I added the definition of cumulative impact, and I looked at other towns' definitions for this. And that was added today, folks, as I was doing a final read through. So cumulative impact I have defined as the effect of a subject activity which, when considered in isolation, may not have a significant impact on environmental interests, but when considered in relation to other past, present, or anticipated future activities in a given area, can be expected to be significant in the aggregate. And then also added a definition to mitigation. Since we changed those regulations last year, we actually didn't have a definition for mitigation. So and we can discuss this. I figured I would go through the definitions, Brad, and then we can have discussion on the definitions if there's any.
That sounds good.
So mitigation I have as the means to offset any potential negative impacts on a project that, I should say, that may have, no, sorry. The means to offset any potential impacts a project may have on a wetland resource area or buffer zone thereto, and means to improve the wetland resource area and their interest on the site. There are various forms of mitigation the Commission may consider, and I probably should say including but not limited to, such as on-site mitigation, off-site mitigation, and in lieu fees on mitigation constrained sites to improve specific other wetland resource areas in town. And then, and actually while I'm thinking of that, we should probably add for mitigation constrained site. Sorry, I'm just going to make a note so I don't forget. Okay, again, defining, since we defined the 50-foot no disturb zone, I thought we should just define the 60-foot no new structure zone. The upland area that extends from the landward edge of the wetland 60 feet inland. No new structures, including but not limited to dwellings, decks, patios, driveway, and fencing, shall be permitted within 60 feet of a wetland without a variance from the Conservation Commission. Definition of a variance, an official dispensation from a rule or regulation. As it pertains to the Harwich Wetlands Bylaw and Regulation, a variance will only be allowed upon clear and convincing evidence that a proposed activity will not have an adverse impact on the performance standards of any wetland resource area or its interests. So those are the changes that I have for the definitions section. If any commissioners have comments first.
All right, folks, I don't have my screen up yet, but I guess I'll just ask for commissioners to comment, and I'll start with Stan.
I have no comments on these issues, Brad.
Okay. Jim?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that language.
Okay. Let's see. Mark?
Good evening. First thing that comes to mind is the 60-foot zone. I'm a little troubled with that because at the inception of this, my understanding was that was supposed to be a 10-foot buffer. And it seems like that's really taken somewhat of a turn to be a little harsher than what the intent was. Am I just not understanding this whole thing properly?
Well, Amy, do you want to read what it says in terms of what can be done? in that 10-foot zone?
It doesn't necessarily say what can be done. It says what cannot be done without a variance. And I think, hold on, let me grab the regulations, because I think in the regulations went into it a little bit more in depth as to the rationale why. And it really is meant because, well, just for everyone's online and in the audience's edification, we had a lot of applications for activity and structure right up to the 50-foot no disturb. And what that led to, of course, you know, especially egress around houses, people were encroaching on the 50-foot. So the commission came up with this 10-foot buffer really to act almost as egress around structures, so as not to have an impact to the 50-foot no disturb. So it was my reading that you know, we shouldn't, that your intent was to not have structures within 60 feet for that reason. Let me quickly find it in the regs, because the reason I added that here is because we had it in the regulations, but we had no reference to it in the bylaw. And again, just wanting to really clarify things and make sure things match. So what it has here I have in the regulations, when siting a new building or addition within the 50 to 100-foot buffer zone, the structure shall be set back at least 60 feet from the resource area to allow for passage between the building and the 50-foot buffer and to avoid intrusion of lawn in the 50-foot buffer. That was a regulation that was enacted last year. So I can see that maybe we either need to clarify, we need to do something, because it does say when siting a new building or addition within the 50 to 100-foot buffer. It doesn't say just any blanket, any structures, including decks, patios, things like that. Accessory structures, if you will.
I guess that's exactly my point, is it's, to me, it's come to be just an extension of the 50-foot no disturb, and I didn't believe that was the intention, and I think it's gotten changed.
Okay. Well, I am happy to, well, we're talking about the bylaw first right now. We can get into the regs either later or at another meeting, because again, this is more of a bylaw meeting and prep, but whatever language we choose for the definition of the 60-foot no new structure in the bylaw, I'm happy to incorporate into the regs as well.
Okay, well,
So,
we can move on. I just wanted to bring that to light while it was on my mind. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you, Mark. I think it's a valid point. I think in application, we've, you know, for new construction, we've tried to minimize impacts right up to the 50-foot line. That's something that we danced around with for a long time. We put in vegetated buffer strips, and so we finally decided to have an extended strip that could be imposed for all new structures, and that's I think how it's been applied. And for me, it makes sense to have the bylaws be the same as that regulation. All right, John.
Yeah, okay. I'm actually in agreement with all of this stuff. I was going to suggest some softening language there for the issue Mark brought up, but I think maybe we can, I don't know whether you want to do that now or defer it till later. The only other thing is that what is it in the wait a minute, it was these things. Now I forget whether it was cumulative impact or, oh, in the mitigation clause, when you read it, you left out the word negative, so I'm not in the first sentence, so I'm not sure whether you're reading off something different or you just skipped over that. It does say on the one I'm looking at, it says the means to offset any potential negative impacts. I don't know if it makes any difference, but then you talked about adding other language, and I'm a little unclear about what that is.
I apologize. So negative, yes, should have been in there, meaning mitigation, the means to offset any potential negative impacts a project may have on a wetland resource area. And then what I thought we should add a definition because of mitigation constrained sites, because to a layperson, they're not going to understand what that is. And later on in the definition, it mentions mitigation constrained sites.
All right.
And that's an easy addition to make. I
So,
would just
excuse
do
me,
something very similar to Barnstable. Go ahead.
so you're not talking about adding it to that clause, you're adding a whole new
Adding
definition clause. I
definition.
see. Okay,
Yep.
okay,
Yeah.
great. Those are my only comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John. Carolyn?
This is a little nitpicking, but under a variance may be granted upon a clear and convincing showing of evidence, I'd like to see by the applicant submitted. All the way through these revisions, I'd like to see a strengthening of the fact that the applicant has the burden of proof to us.
Okay. Can add that.
All right, thanks, Carolyn. Ernie?
Yeah, I agree with Mark on this 60-foot new structure zone definition. When we originally came up with this, the concern that we were running up against was that people were building structures right up to the 50-foot no disturb zone. And we imposed the 60-foot limitation so that there could be an access buffer, if you would, around that. So as an example, let's say that someone wants to put a patio up to the 50. I guess I wouldn't have any problem with that, so long as it's not a structure that's actually going to impede access and push people into the 50-foot buffer. Similarly with fencing, you know, you could put a fence along the 50-foot edge of the 50-foot buffer, and if you had a 10-foot buffer landward of that, then it would still provide access for people so that they wouldn't be going into the 50-foot, which is what our biggest concern was. So I think this needs to be cleaned up a little bit, that there has to be, perhaps we could word it something along the lines that within the 60-foot buffer, there cannot be any structures that would impede a walkway or transgression or progression or something like that within the 60-foot buffer.
So what we have now in the regulations, and I apologize, I really should have just copied it. In the regulations in two places, it actually says when citing a new building or addition within the 5,100-foot buffer zone, the structure shall be set back at least 60 feet from the resource area to allow passage between the building and 50-foot buffer. So the language was added about in the bylaw about other things such as not allowing patio, deck, things like that, but we can take that out if you just want to include the language that is currently in the regulations, which is addition or new building.
But I think it would be helpful if we explained what the purpose of the 60-foot buffer was.
I agree.
Which we really don't do here.
Well,
Okay.
it does explain,
Well,
it does have, excuse me, it's Stan. It does talk about it in the reg.
the reason I didn't put an explanation in the bylaw is because a bylaw, again, is something that's supposed to be an overview, and the regulations really get down into the rationale and the finer points. Hang on. Gotta mute this person.
Okay.
Or you
I'm
can
sorry,
just, or you can just keep it as a regulation and not add the definition in the bylaw.
yeah, we haven't really talked about the language in the regulation yet, but
Well, I just talked.
yeah. So anyhow, that's my concern with that, the language in that. The only other comment I have on the variance, it says that you have to demonstrate that the proposed activities would not have an adverse impact on the performance standards. And I'm not sure what those are necessarily.
Okay.
So I would take that out. Just say not have an adverse impact on any wetland resource area or its interests.
Okay.
Those are the only comments I had. Thank you.
Thanks, Ernie. I think you can't limit that to a resource area. I think you have to say buffer zone as well. Does that make sense, Amy?
Yep.
And to me, the performance standards in many cases are explicit, so I don't mind having performance standards there, but I know in some cases we don't have performance standards for everything.
Okay.
Almost seems like for this section, Amy, that you'll probably tackle some editing and then maybe have it come back to us at the next meeting. Is that how this is shaping up for this piece?
Probably. So the next meeting doesn't look too, that would be February 3rd. And that's a normal commission, hearing meeting. So this would be at the end. We could clean this, anything we talk about tonight, we can clean up and have it then. We also probably, if we absolutely had to, we could fit in another meeting that week, next week, or the very beginning of the week after, if absolutely necessary for any of these edits. But the goal would be to get the majority of everything done tonight and then just have me do some last minute editing for you for next week.
Agreed. Okay, so before we move on to the next section, I guess I'll ask if there's any members of town departments or other boards that would like to speak on these items. Okay, seeing none. Any comments from members of the audience? Oh, Mark, do you have something to say?
Yes, please.
Yep.
Just a thought on the in the mitigation regarding the in lieu fees. Where there isn't any process set up for that, is it appropriate to have that involved in that particular paragraph until we are in a situation to formulate and permit and accept that?
That is going to be another article submitted for town meeting, a warrant article to add a revolving fund for in lieu fees. So in an ideal world, and hopefully this happens, this will be approved at the same time as the mechanism to accept those fees.
Understood. Thank you.
And we will discuss that shortly, right, Amy?
We'll discuss in lieu fees very shortly.
Yep. Okay, so we'll come back to that, Mark.
Amy, could I comment as the public or?
Yes, I was just about to invite comments from members of the audience. Go ahead.
You don't have a little hand raise section, sorry. This is Lynn Hamlin. I don't know how much you want me to comment. If I go afield, just corral me in and I'll save my comments for a different time.
Okay.
I have an issue pretty much holistically with a lot of the mitigation regulation, in that it seems to be, or it's being applied to treat the buffer zone as a wetlands resource area or an area subject to protection without the commission actually identifying the buffer zone as its own resource area. So what happens is I think that the mitigation that's being required of applicants is overreaching. I think a distinct difference between the Barnstable bylaw or regulations for applying the mitigation regulation and yours, even though you're kind of mimicking the language almost verbatim, is that Barnstable seeks to reestablish a 50-foot buffer strip as it protects the wetland resource area. There is, once you've established a 50-foot buffer strip, you're left to just conform to the other regulations that you have in place. But Harwich isn't doing that. Harwich is looking to extract mitigation for any disturbance to the buffer zone as its own entity, which I don't believe that that you've laid that out to be able to do that. The in lieu fee can be really grossly disproportionate to impacts. And again, the phrase potential negative impacts, I think is kind of vague and far-reaching from the typical significant adverse impacts. If you looked at the Betsy Bray site at 46 Indian Trail, and you had applied your in lieu fee calculation to that project that met every other regulation standard that you have, that calculation would have come out to $42,000 for impacts to a buffer zone 60 feet and greater away. I just don't think that the commission has established that the buffer zone is an area to be protected as disconnected from the wetland resource area. And then, I mean, I have other little things. I'm not going to clog up your time with that. You have my letter, but that I feel very strongly about, and I urge you to consider it. Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very good comments. Amy, do you have any response? I have a brief one to one aspect of that.
I don't at this time.
Okay. Well, just quickly, I think one really important aspect of what we're trying to do here is when we have lots that just don't have any mitigation potential on the property, and we have a mitigation requirement. And so either we let that lapse, or we try to find a way to do something to work it out with these types of properties. So I think the commission has considered this as an option, and it's not going to fit all cases, but I think it would certainly be helpful in some cases. And I think you meant to say 60 feet from the resource area, not from the buffer zone. And so we are trying to protect the buffer zone as well. Okay. Any other comments from members of the audience? All right. Well, for this item, Amy, I guess we'll view your edits, and we'll take into consideration some very good comments.
Mm-hmm.
And
I will see how I can incorporate, what Lynn had just said regarding fitting, the buffer zone and resource area somehow together a little bit better. I'll see what I can do.
okay.
You want me to go through the next section then?
Yes, I think it's probably the right thing to do.
Okay, so the next section is 310-3 jurisdiction. I'm not going to read everything. I'll go through the major changes, not the grammatical edits essentially that I made. So 310-3A, the biggest change there is that the size of wetlands, regulatable wetlands, the commission has stated that, and I agree, that we should decrease the size of regulatable wetlands. Just to set the stage, the state sets a regulatable wetland size, of 5,000 square feet. Back in 2014, the commission, or the town, voted with the commission to change that to 3,000 square feet to better protect our small wetlands. It's becoming more and more apparent over the past several years that there's a need and to protect even smaller wetlands. We have small isolated wetlands. Many of them are vernal pools. If they're not state listed, then they would meet the criteria and could be. I suggested a number of 500 square feet. And this would give those small wetlands the same protection as our other wetlands receive. Questions came up at public meetings about this, about, well, why quantify it and just say wetlands? Maybe it's just me, but I like having something solid to go by. We don't want to regulate a puddle, but we also, again, to stay away from ambiguity. And I looked at other towns and found, for the most part, most towns either didn't say a square footage, they said 500 square feet, or some said 2,000 to 2,500 square feet. So even at our existing threshold of 3,000 square feet in size, we are at the far end of kind of the spectrum for, you know, we let our smaller wetlands essentially go unregulated at this point. So because the rest, actually that section, the rest of that section is really just typos and grammatical stuff. I'd love to chat about this topic a little more. I'm sure we're going to have some discussion on it.
All right, thanks, Amy. All right, well, I'll start with Stan among the commissioners.
Again, I think we've already, from our standpoint, we've addressed it, and I've voted in favor of the 500, so I have no further comment.
Okay. Jim?
Yeah, I agree with the 500. I think it is a good idea to define it, but we know now that smaller wetlands, some of them are just as valuable, if not more valuable, than the larger ones for wildlife habitat and those interests. So I'm in favor of the language as it is.
Thank you, Jim. Mark?
Simply, this goes right back to the original conversation. I didn't support this then. I don't support it now. I think 500 feet goes too far. If it was trimmed up to 2,500, I could live with that. I can understand the whole thing being tighter than in other parts of the state, just because of the land mass and the land size of where we are and what we are in Barnstable County on the whole. But to me, it handicaps a lot of people as to what they can do with their property. And I think it has potential to make it very difficult for some people that's unnecessary. And I think this needs to be looked at a little more closely and a little more carefully from the perspective of the property owner. And that's all I've got to add at this moment.
All right, thanks, Mark. John?
Yeah, I voted for this in the past, and I agree with it. I would vote for this as well as the other clarifying language in the section.
All right, thank you. Carolyn?
I'm more along the lines of Mark's thinking. I think 500 square feet, and then we go out 100 feet from that is a large protected area for a smaller wetland. I agree with Mark. I'd be comfortable with the 2,500 or even 2,000, but I think 500 is gives an awful lot of protected area for a small resource as valuable as it is.
All right, thanks, Carolyn. Ernie? Oh, you're still muted, Ernie.
It's not working.
Nope, you're back on.
Oh, good. You still there? Can you hear me?
Yep. Oh, we lost you, Ernie. You were on and you came off. Yeah, there we go.
Oh,
Back again?
Yep.
Okay. I was saying I agree with Mark and Carol, and I think the 500 is a little too restrictive. And I mean, given the 100-foot buffer that's outside of that 500 feet, you know, and on some of the smaller lots we have here, I think that could be a serious impediment to them. And I'm not necessarily convinced that the 500 square feet are, as Jim said, he said in some cases more valuable than a 3,000 square feet. But nonetheless, I think it's a little too restrictive.
Okay. All right. Any comments from other town departments or boards? All right. Hearing none. Any comments from members of the audience?
I have a follow-up comment. I can't see anybody, so I'm sorry if I'm being rude.
No, go ahead.
Lynn Hamlin again. I just want to drive home a point. I don't have a lot of issues with the rest of the things you're doing, so I'm just going to drive this point home, and then I'll probably not have much comment on anything else. But in your jurisdiction section, I think it's very important to note that an area subject to protection is not the same as an area of jurisdiction. So if you look in sections A and B, you define freshwater and coastal wetland resource areas. Section C defines the buffer zone, which is not a resource area. It's an area of jurisdiction to protect the wetland resource areas. And I think that's an important distinction. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, this is one section I thought we were closer towards a consensus. I mean, we did discuss this several times and voted on it as a regulation. So I was going to suggest that we go ahead and vote on this tonight. But I guess I'm not sure if any folks want to propose something different. I think 25 is far too large, given our discussions we've had in the past and the reason why we wanted to reduce this. So I'm not in favor of going to that large of an area. So I'm supportive of the language as written. I don't know. What do you think, Amy? Is there any, you know, we can go to vote on this and resolve this, or is there anything that could be considered? John, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I mean, I support the 500 square foot requirement or definition, but I also think it's important that we get something closer to consensus here when we get out of here. I don't think it's a good idea to present something to town meeting where it's split, you know, 60-40 or something. I would like to avoid that. So I'd like to find, I don't really support 2,500. I think it's like a incremental change from 3,000. I don't think it's probably particularly meaningful. I'd propose 1,000 square feet. See if we can get closer just with 1,000 square feet.
All right, thanks, John.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Amy.
I was going to echo pretty much what John said. Is I think keep in mind we're going to town meeting with this, and we have to present this eventually to the Board of Selectmen, and we want them to be able to latch on to things as well and support us at town meeting. So I think having a very split vote would not do anybody any favors here. So if we can find some middle ground, I think that would leave us in a, you know, instead of getting a no vote potentially and being left with a 3,000 square feet, I think trying to find some middle ground would be beneficial to us and the wetlands. That being said, you know, a lot of these small wetlands, and these are, what we're talking about are really isolated freshwater wetlands. If it was a bordering vegetated wetland, obviously it borders on another larger wetland, doesn't count. So these are pretty much isolated land subject to flooding. Many of them have vernal pool characteristics and support life that other types of wetlands with, say, predatory fish and other things, these support those types of things that those wetlands don't, which is what makes them unique. So I'm not saying that to argue my point for a 500 square foot. I'm happy to come to the middle with my recommendation on that as well, in hopes that we can have a united front at town meeting and get a change for this.
All right, thank you, Amy. Does anybody among the commissioners wish to see this in writing and review this and vote on it next time we meet? You know, John has suggested 1,000 square feet. We don't have a motion yet, but I think it's a reasonable compromise. You know, I think, given the comments, I think this would narrowly pass with a 500 square foot. But I think in the interest of a compromise, I could support the 1,000 square feet. Ernie?
I'd be more comfortable with 1,000.
Okay. Well, John, why don't you put a motion on the table and we'll have a little more discussion.
You're muted, John.
Trying to move and look at the clause while I'm talking, so hang on. So I move that we approve the edit. We approve 310-3A to have 1,000 to read and wetlands greater than 1,000 square feet, banks, reservoirs, lakes, ponds greater than 1,000 square feet.
Could I have a second, please?
I'll second that. Stan.
Okay. Thanks, Dan. All right, under discussion, any further comments from commissioners? Mark?
Brad?
Yes.
I don't know as 500 square feet makes a huge difference. I would be a little more comfortable with 1,500.
Okay, well, I appreciate that.
This is Jim. So most of these small wetlands, if they were looked into, would be vernal pools, and they actually do have protection elsewhere in our bylaw and regulations. So they may still be protected, and that could come up in different hearings. It's nice to get the square footage smaller because it makes it more clear. People know what they're getting into right to begin with, rather than bringing a property in and saying, well, there's this small wetland that is unregulatable, and then a commissioner brings up, well, this looks like a vernal pool and we have to study that now. So I'm happy to go with 1,000, but realistically, most of these wetlands of that size should be regulatable as vernal pools either way. Just a point there.
All right, thanks, Jim. Let's see, Mark, did you have a comment? Your light's on.
Yes. I'm inclined to agree with Jim in this regard that, most of the vernal pools are already covered. And again, I go back to the restrictive matter of the whole issue, and I simply don't feel 1,000 square feet is adequate. If it was dropped to 2,500 or even 2,000 square feet, I could fathom that a little better. But falling short of that, I'm afraid I couldn't support it.
All right, well, thank you. I am going to call for a vote, and I think it's because this is not a new topic to us. We have had discussion as a regulation change, and it did, so it's something we have talked about. I think the going from 500 to 1,000 square feet is a reasonable compromise. So I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. It'll be a roll call, starting with Stan.
Aye.
Okay, Jim.
Aye.
Mark.
Nay?
John.
Aye.
Carolyn.
Aye.
Ernie.
Aye.
And myself, Brad Chase, aye. So the motion carries, let's see, 6-1. Okay. All right. Thanks, Amy. If you want to
No
continue.
problem. Sure. Next section, 310-4, really only has clarifying language. There's no substantive changes, so I wasn't going to go through it. And actually, the next substantive, there are no other substantive changes. All it is discussion in the regulations when it comes to talking about things like in lieu fees. Now, because that is in the regulations, which we don't need to go to town meeting for, we can do that at another open meeting, definitely prior to town meeting, because I'd like to have that in line. We don't have to go through those changes tonight, Mr. Chair, if you're worried about time. I have distributed the most recent copy of the regulations, wetland regulations, to everybody, including our consultants and engineers and the public if they wanted it. So we can go through it if you want. It may take a while. It's my only.
Right. Right. Do we want to discuss the in lieu fee component?
Actually, we should, because that will be, that's a very good point. Because I don't have it for right this second, I was going to have it at your next meeting, is the language, which is just an article, and it's to create a revolving account for the in lieu fees, because that's the mechanism that we have to do it. And then, so if you want, I can go through that a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. If we could have discussion on that, and then
Sure.
it would allow you to, make edits at the next meeting. We can, probably
Yep.
vote on everything.
So this is under,
Excuse me, Brad, can I just
Yes.
ask one other thing? Because I
Sure.
just noticed, because I thought we had already voted on the regs, but I guess not. The square footage that we just voted on in the bylaw, in the reg, it's showing up in here. Is the 500 still? Is that something we can?
no,
Here's
so, well, you
we did vote on
can.
that, right, Amy?
No.
We did. Okay. We discussed
So
it.
that has to be a bylaw change. We discussed it. So if this passes, if the 1,000 passes at town meeting, then we will make the corresponding changes to the regulations. We don't want our regulations stating something different than our bylaw.
Right, okay, thank you.
Yep. I had simply crossed it out and put the suggestion in because it was an easy one to add. Okay, so section 1.04, what is now will be number 5 of our regulations, request to pay fees in lieu of a mitigation. Since it's not that long, should I just read it, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
So, let me set this up by stating that this is only one of the options for mitigation, and it would be for mitigation.
Sorry.
Okay. It would be for mitigation
Sorry.
drain sites. So request to pay fees in lieu of off-site mitigation. Actually, it should just say in lieu of mitigation. For payment of fees in lieu of mitigation to be considered, the following preconditions must be satisfied. The commission must find that the project site is mitigation constrained. And again, we will add that definition to the bylaw. B, the applicant representative must request in writing that the commission consider payment of fees in lieu of mitigation for the project. Number 2, in lieu fees must be calculated as follows. And I took this from Barnstable, as I did take a lot of this. Multiply the total area of required mitigation calculated for the project by 3.5 square foot, or $3.50, sorry, per square foot, or in accordance with the current Conservation Commission fee schedule. I left the Conservation fee schedule on there if you wanted to change it. In lieu fees may be payable to the Conservation Commission. I suggested DIGS Conservation Fund in honor of our ex-chairman and longtime member and just, big proponent of conservation in general, Walter Diggs, established at the May 2021 town meeting, dedicated exclusively to the improvement of conservation land throughout Harwich and across a variety of habitats. Alternatively, in lieu fees may be payable to the town of Barnstable, it would be, sorry. That last sentence should not be in there. It should just say across a variety of habitats. And it would be established by Mass General Law, Chapter 48, Section 8, because that's what allows us to do that. Sorry about that. It's a little bit choppy. Yes, so how that will last, that number 3 will read, was in lieu fees may be made payable to the Conservation Commission's DIGS Conservation Fund established at the May 2021 town meeting, dedicated exclusively to the improvement of conservation land throughout Harwich and across a variety of habitats. And then sorry. In lieu fees shall be paid at the time of recording of the order of conditions. Once received, such payments will be non-refundable. That is the addition that we have on the table.
I have a question. How was the figure of $3.50 a square foot established?
That is something that I had asked Barnstable, and I wasn't given they didn't, the current people who work in there do not know why or how that came about. They knew the last time it was started in 1999 and it was changed in 2011, but how it was calculated, I don't know. And I agree with you, that is a question that is going to come up.
Amy, it's Stan, because I've already mentioned I don't like including a set fee in there because then it would require a regulation change to change that. But I guess I'm saying, well, what's the current Conservation Commission schedule? What is, I mean, is that different? I mean.
Yeah, so our fee schedule just states what's the cost for a notice of intent, an RDA, certificate of compliance, those admin review, etc. And those are extremely low.
So would this be a fee that's added to your schedule somewheres. So I would prefer just to be part of the schedule rather than actually having a number in the reg itself like this, but that's my comment.
I agree with
I have to
Stan.
think about that. Go ahead.
Is it currently the responsibility of the commission to establish their own fees, or do we have somewhere else?
Board of Selectmen has to approve our fee schedule.
But it will be up to the commission to recommend, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I am thinking of revising. Our fees have not been revised in general for a while, and they need to be relooked at. So that's something that's on my to-do list as well. So
I do agree with what Stan said about keeping the fee out of the regulation. I can see where that could just potentially promote arguments about every third person that walks in the door.
All right, thanks, Mark. John?
go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about what Mark just said, why having it in the regs would cause an argument. I was going to suggest that just adding a phrase, a clause to language saying, or as may from time to time be altered by the commission, but that may not work. If we have to, every change has to get approved by the selectmen. Personally, I think that's an argument for just getting it in the regs and having it there. And if we want to change the regs, we want to change the fee, we need to change the regs, and we need to get approval from the town anyway. So I'm not sure why we wouldn't have it in here.
Thanks,
Can I
John.
ask a follow-up question? I'm sorry, Brad.
No, sure.
So if you were going to have it in the fee schedule, how would you structure it? Would it be a set amount like our other fees are? Because this tends to be very property specific. You know, somebody may want to alter 100 square feet that they can't mitigate for. Somebody else may want to alter 10,000 square feet. So if you're going to consider in lieu fees, I would suggest some sort of metric, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yep. Yeah, Mark, follow up.
Perhaps a sliding scale would be applicable, depending on the size of the project.
I think that might make sense. To me, for small
I can see that.
alterations, $350 seems like a very small sum. But as Lynn pointed out earlier, if you have, you know, very large amounts of alteration, then the number could really become large.
Yeah,
So.
I can see that.
If I may add a thought, when we do shellfish mitigation, there's no schedule for that, is there?
No.
I don't see this as being very different from that.
We did establish the account. We established the revolving fund, and then the commission, again, when we were talking about regulations, established that fee based on Heinz's calculation of, you know, what 30 bushels a year for 3 years would cost. So that's, at least there we have a bit of an understanding about why the cost is the way it is, because it was actually priced out.
Mm-hmm. You know, as I read through this, my thought was that each project is going to be different. The scope of the project, the impact of the project, and everything else. And in some cases, they may be able to do a partial mitigation on the lot. In some cases, they may not at all. So what I had thought we might want to do is just say something to the effect that the commission and the applicant may agree on a sum to be paid based on the particular factors associated with the particular project that we're entertaining. I don't know why we have to specify a fee. If everybody agrees to it at the meeting, then it seems to me that would be equitable.
Okay, Ernie.
Well,
John, did you have a follow-up on that?
no, this is Stan.
Go ahead, Stan.
I'll just quickly say that I don't agree with Ernie's suggestion, because I think there has to be consistency here. And if we have to have a complicated discussion every time we're considering in lieu fees, I can just see that taking up a lot of time and creating a lot of unhappiness. I think it's better to be explicit up front so people know what to expect when they come in.
Thanks, John. Stan?
Yeah, I guess I was just going to ask, I mean, when we require 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 mitigation, we don't really come up with a dollar figure that mitigation comes up with. So I guess I'm trying to understand how we would equate to somebody doing that 2 or 3-to-1 mitigation on their property and coming up with the offsite mitigation fee.
I can answer that.
Okay, Mark.
I think that would be as simple as speaking with environmental firms that handle this type of work and get some feedback from them on a fee schedule of what the cost would be to do various hypothetical restorations. I think that information is probably pretty easy to obtain.
Yeah, I agree with that, Mark. You know, at the beginning of this meeting, Lynn mentioned that based on that project that we approved earlier, that was, again, a completely virgin piece of property, we ultimately approved it, and she said the mitigation, if we had had this formula in place of $350, would have cost $42,000, which is just ridiculous. It seems to me that, to John's point, if we should be consistent on this, then we should have an idea of what does it cost to develop a plan for plantings, what does it cost to actually purchase the plants, labor to install them, cost of monitoring those plantings over a 2 or 3 year period. And I mean, that should be our baseline. And I mean, that can vary based on the size of the mitigation that we're doing. But to just arbitrarily say 350 or, you know, something arbitrary like that, I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that.
Well, Ernie, I guess, and this is the accountant in me, so I guess based on what Mark was saying, so I think if somebody can put together what the average cost would be for a project, then you should be able to go back and come up with an average cost per square foot then, based on input from the experts.
Well, I guess that's what I was getting to, Stan, that we need to know what the cost is of all of those different pieces of
Okay.
mitigation.
We're talking the same then.
Yeah.
Let's look into that.
Carolyn, I haven't, did you want to say something on this?
No, Ernie just covered everything I was thinking.
All right. Jim?
Yeah, the one thing that's being left out of that way of thinking about it is probably the most important part, and that's the land itself. So if we went down that road, if we go down the road of taking these in lieu fees frequently, we could eventually lose, you know, dozens of acres, or who knows how many acres of really valuable habitat in the buffer zones. We don't necessarily have dozens of acres of highly degraded buffer zone that need to be restored. We don't necessarily have any acres at all. There's areas that could be improved a little bit, but it's not the same. We're not really mitigating for the adverse impact. In one place, we're taking a pristine buffer zone and putting a house on it. So it's done, it's gone. And just going to a piece of town property that's already protected and planting some shrubs, we're not balancing that. We're not even close to balancing that. So I think that has to be part of the fee. In fact, when you look at in lieu fees throughout the United States, probably one of their most common uses is to buy land to protect the resources. And so that was one point in the language. I was wondering if we could add to that the fees could be used to purchase land for conservation and restoration to help protect and improve wetland resources. I think that's probably the most valuable thing that money could be used for. But beyond that, I think it also needs to be figured into that dollar figure. Because when you look at it that way, 40,000 for that lot isn't really very much money. It probably wouldn't actually be enough to balance that adverse impact. That's my comment on it.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Jim.
if I can
Yeah,
respond
sure.
to that, Jim, one of the things I was thinking about under the bylaw, under the section, the first paragraph, paragraph A, where it lists all the resource areas that we are responsible for. My first reaction to this in lieu fee was that we could use those fees for any of these items that is listed as the areas that we're responsible for, be it, you know, protection of wildlife habitat, protection of fisheries, agriculture, aquaculture, recreation, protection of water quality. I mean, anything that essentially comes under our purview of responsibilities, then I think those fees would be fair game for us to use for, against those areas.
All right, thanks, Ernie. And one thought I had, which I passed on in my comments to Amy, was that I think we have to be very clear that it's appropriate to have activities, you know, in the 50 to 100 that can be supported by our existing performance standards and regulations and bylaws. So yeah. I think it's pretty important to not open up the floodgates to have, for very small sums of money, to have locations developed that we might not approve anyways. So that's one recommendation I have, and I guess it's already implicit in our regulations and bylaws, but I think the in lieu fee should have some language that connects to that.
And Mr. Chair, can I just mention one quick thing?
Mm-hmm.
So I apologize, folks. Prior to the last September's town meeting, we had drafted the language already to change our revolving fund, which we already have for wetlands. We had drafted that language in prep for that town meeting, but it didn't make it onto that docket because we had a bare bones agenda. So I knew I was missing something. That has already been done, and I will ensure I'll get that language to you again, and we'll make sure that it gets for May town meeting this year. And that's the creation of or expansion of our conservation funds to allow for these things.
Okay. So we still need to work on, you know, the threshold, so to speak.
I'll see what I can come up with.
Okay.
Yep.
I like a range as suggested by Mark.
I kind of do too.
Yeah, I don't mind a dollar figure myself. I don't think it can be too loose going in, but I think you can put suggestions like Jim had for that type of a mitigation. And to me, it doesn't always have to be plantings. It can be something else.
My only thought, one of my thoughts actually, not my only thought, would be the drawback for not putting a dollar amount or a sliding scale and just leaving it open for discussion at a commission meeting. We can have some applicants who literally are going to have a harder time affording anything. We're going to have other applicants who are going to offer to pay you the moon in order to get their projects passed. And so that it is set so it seems fair and equitable. I like the idea of either a set dollar amount or a sliding scale, depending on activity and amount of disturbance. You never want it to appear as if an applicant, you know, is, in order to do X, is giving you this much of Y to do somewhere else, because that's a conflict.
Well said, Amy. I think that's a very good idea. And I've worked a little with the Army Corps in the LUFI program, and they're very careful to make sure that it is truly mitigation on the other side. and it's acceptable mitigation, and it will provide benefits that are associated with what happened, you know, with the alterations. So I think that's all important if we can get that in. Any last comments from any members of the commission? It looks like we're heading to review Amy's edits at our next meeting.
Yeah, you may have a comment from, in the chat box, there's a message that somebody from the audience would like to make a suggestion. Up to you, Mr. Chair.
Yep, any comments from members of the audience on this topic? Let's see.
It was it was Mark Burgess who had asked in the chat box.
Yeah, he's got a green, his audio's on green, but we're not hearing from him yet.
Right.
Any other comments from members of the audience on this? It's a big step. You know, we've talked about it for a fair amount of time, and I think it has a role in what we do with certain properties, and it's just, you know, getting the language so it's fair and that it meets the need.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mark says mic is not working.
Right.
Okay.
Mark, if Mark wants to just, because we're not voting on this tonight, if Mr. Burgess wants to email me his comments, I'm happy to share it with everybody.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mark put it in his chat there, Amy. His mic isn't working.
I see that.
Okay. Well, we're going to come back to it at the next meeting that we have, and so that's okay. And obviously, anybody can issue comments written at any point in time on these.
This is
All right,
also, these are also regs. They don't have to be the next meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Okay. Anything else, Amy, under that section?
No, actually, I'm getting some feedback from somebody.
It's me.
Oh, wait a minute.
Okay, that should be okay. This is Mark. I logged on my laptop instead of my desktop.
Still getting a lot of feedback, Mark.
Yeah, I think you've got to mute your other phone.
Oh, jeez. Okay, hold on. I'm just leaving that meeting then. There. Is that any better?
Yep.
Okay. All I was saying was, I may be off track.
Well, you still got the feedback. I can see your Shorefront Consulting is still green.
I'm gonna mute him.
Okay.
Let me get out of that one.
I did it. You're good.
Okay. You're good to go, Mark.
All right. So yeah, I logged in twice, I guess.
Still not working.
All right, hold on.
I just muted caller 5. I don't know who that was, but it seemed to work.
Okay.
Oh. All right. Can you hear me okay now?
Yep.
Better.
Okay. So real quick, the insight in lieu of fee mitigation. I've had one project where the Army Corps did that as well, and yes, they're good at it. They're fair. It seems like, I'm not sure if I have this correct. So it seems like what you're struggling with is how much to charge for this, whether it's a per square foot fee that might change, or you might change the fee, or the a magnitude of project or something like that. If my understanding is the in lieu fee is to compensate for mitigation that you can't do on site. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so each project would be different. In my mind, it seems like what would happen if you know the mitigation that you'd like to do, whether it's per the bylaws or whatever, whether it's planting, whether it's whatever the mitigation might be. You know what you would like to do for a particular project, but you can't do it. So what if you just get a competitive estimate for that work, and that becomes the insight mitigation fee? Am I off base?
It could go that way.
That way you're not fixed. You know, it adjusts for prices, it adjusts for the site, it's adjustable. And if it's, as Amy was saying, not all waterfront property, not all wetland properties are waterfront, and not all, not everybody can afford the same thing. So that would allow the board to reduce the amount of mitigation in order to reduce the fee. Does that provide the flexibility you're looking for?
It's one approach. I personally like to have a range myself so that the public has a sense as they start to look at developing their property, where this might fall. So I just personally favor a range, but I think there's no reason there can't be, other options. So I think, yeah, we're going to ask Amy to kind of synthesize everything she's heard on this tonight and then prepare us with, an update on the draft change.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, Amy, what do you think? Is there anything else under this section that we should talk about?
I actually don't have anything else in, well, I don't think so. And I think maybe if I follow the same to you, because I know we have a lot of other stuff water dependent to talk about, that since these are the regs, that maybe we hold off on the rest until some other time, but I don't have anything else on this section to say.
Okay, well, we certainly have given you a lot of homework, so thanks in advance for that. So, all right, well then, any folks in attendance have any comments on what we just discussed before we move on to water dependent structures? Okay, seeing none. Do you want to cue me up, Amy, so I can present a PowerPoint presentation?
Sure. Now 1 second.
And I think we have a couple of folks that are just calling in, so I'm going to apologize up front for they're not seeing the screen. This presentation is available. And so if you would like it, just make a request and we can get it to you.
I think we might have lost Carolyn too, or maybe she's one of the callers. I am having an issue. Well, I logged in with all the information that they gave me for public meetings, so I should be the presenter. Which means I normally can click on your name and make you a co-presenter.
Mm-hmm.
Or it doesn't give me that option right now. Oh, hold on. Yeah, normally it lets me let you do things. Hold on. May have to reach out to our Channel 18 person.
Can you bring up the presentation yourself and just advance it as I ask?
I can't bring up PowerPoint.
Okay. Lynn is asking if we can change presenter.
I don't have that option on this screen. I normally can. I normally see it. It's not here. Hang on. I'm trying. She says,
Well,
I
while
think
you're
Brad
working on
has
it,
to do it.
maybe I'll just start the intro, Amy.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry about this.
Well, no. See what you can do, and if you can't bring it up, then we're a little handicapped because I was really relying on following through the presentation. But I can certainly begin the discussion and kind of frame what we're trying to do, and we'll just give it a couple minutes and see what you can do. But so we're looking to make changes to the Harwich bylaws, Chapter 304, Water Dependent Structures and Tidal Waters. And the last time this was done was 2003. And as I understand the process back then, there was a fair amount of concern over impacts in Pleasant Bay. And so some really different requirements were put in for docks and piers in Pleasant Bay. There was a complete moratorium put in place for Round Cove, and there was a large setback put in Pleasant Bay. And at the same time, there was variance language put in for certain impacts to resource areas, and there was also some pretty explicit language to try to prevent impacts to salt marsh and then shellfish areas. The salt marsh language really just says that you cannot degrade salt marsh, and then for shellfish areas, the language says that there could be no new structures in areas designated as shellfish areas. So what has happened since 2003, I wasn't around back then, but I think for the first 10 years, it seemed that these bylaw provisions were followed fairly strictly. And I think the last 10 years, we've seen a lot of cases where we're essentially granting variances to the shellfish provision, and we're really not holding the salt marsh provision very tightly to certain cases. So we've had a lot of discussion on this as we've really wrangled with these dock and pier applications in my time, my 4 terms on the commission. And so we started talking in 2013 about changing the shellfish survey requirements to try to tighten that up a little bit. And then in 2019, a joint hearing was conducted with the Waterways Committee and the Harwich Conservation Commission to discuss this, and that led to a specific public hearing on regulation changes where the Conservation Commission made some proposals, and this was attended by the Harbor Masters Department, Department of Natural Resources, and the Waterways Committee. Those recommendations didn't go very far. COVID hit soon after that, and I think it was tough to make progress on new initiatives. The Harwich Conservation Commission held 2 advertised hearings in 2020 on this topic, and we had discussion on regulation changes. So this is at least the 5th advertised hearing that has discussed this topic. So I feel like we have had a lot of discussion. I think we're going to have some items that I hope we can come to agreement on, and others will take a fair amount of discussion. So I don't think we're going to get completely through the whole list tonight, but we'll start and see what we can do. Still no luck, Amy?
Brad, can you click on yourself and make yourself a presenter?
It doesn't give me an option.
The upper right-hand corner of your little...
Yeah, I don't see... No, I can copy email. It doesn't allow me to be presenter. I think that has to happen from the host.
Yeah, normally it does. I'm just texting with our Channel 18 director. And it's weird because I am definitely the organizer. I can see that. Mm-hmm. I normally have the option to add you, but it doesn't when I click on your name. Oh, wait a minute.
On the upper left. Yeah, not the phone, but the one with the C, Chase Brad.
Yeah, no, I know. For some reason, something's better. I'm going to make you a presenter. It looks like something's happening.
Okay.
You're now the presenter, Brad, so you should be able to share your screen.
Okay. All right, folks. Can you see that first?
Working.
All right, thank you. So, let's see. All right, so I went through a general introduction, and this is the introductory slide. Again, there have been concerns expressed over the impacts of docks and piers in recent years, and we last revisited this in 2003. And again, I wasn't here back then, but obviously there was a lot of concern for Pleasant Bay, and there was also concern for impacts from docks and piers to salt marsh and shellfish habitat. So we're here tonight to discuss different options. And so here's slide 2. And obviously, docks and piers are not causing all the woes we have to the ecological health of these different embayments. Certainly, Herring River is a location that has impacts due to eutrophication, which are related to human population growth, and the loading that comes from nitrogen in our septic systems. So that is the foremost impact, I think, to that watershed. But we also can see direct impacts from dock and piers. And where we've struggled is we have regulations in place that say we should avoid this, and yet we are seeing it happen. And then we have this problem where we are issuing common variances for those impacts. So you can see I've listed 1 through 7 different types of impacts that can act individually as well as cumulatively. And I'm next going to show a few photographs that indicate some of these impacts. And so here's a dock in Allen Harbor and on the west side of Herring River. And what you can see is a combination of shading and scouring impacts to the salt marsh. And so you can see over time with tidal flow, the salt marsh is disrupted, and you often see it move back from its natural edge where before the dock was there. In Herring River, it's almost ubiquitous. Virtually all the docks between Route 28 and Lowell County Road have some level of this salt marsh impact. And to me, that's probably because these docks are perpendicular to the flow, and so you'll see that significant, in my opinion, degradation to salt marsh in Herring River. You won't see as much as this, say, in Witchmere Harbor or Allen Harbor, where you have less scouring impacts, but you certainly can have impacts from reductions in light penetration. Here's the east side of Herring River, and again, the common impacts of scouring from the pilings as well as reduced light penetration. And again, there's no cases where there isn't some of this. And as I read our regulation, we're trying to avoid this type of impact. I wish I had photographs to show that would give us some insight on shellfish habitat changes. I think they're more subtle, and I think it's a scouring impact, and it's very site specific. It can be species specific. In Herring River, you can have scouring that certainly moves out sediments, and then in embayments where you have floats, you can have scouring impacts under the floats that reduce the quality of that substrate for shellfish. And this is probably more obvious and apparent at off-season storage in salt marsh. And these photographs were taken this winter, so we've done a lot to try to reduce this, but it's still happening. And to me, it's really obvious, and they should be avoidable impacts. When they're set on the salt marsh like this for the off-season, they move around with really high tides, and they degrade, damage a pretty large footprint. It usually exceeds the dimensions of the float. And so I think we need to have some, changes to our language on off-season storage just to make sure that this practice stops. Other impacts, this is a very recent dock that went in on the east side of Herring River, and this had construction impacts. You've got to get machinery down there to put in your pilings. It has to be done. And what I think happens is you have that salt marsh torn up from construction, and it doesn't always grow back in very well, and maybe you have scouring impacts or shading impacts that exacerbate it. The right photograph shows coastal bank erosion. In the notes in this PowerPoint presentation, it discusses how most of that coastal bank erosion is going to be caused by that bulkhead. It's seen upstream. There's a dock associated with that. So again, where you have high flows like in Herring River, you can have scouring impacts that affect salt marsh, shellfish habitat, and coastal bank. Okay, so that's the photos. And so now into proposed changes. So we're looking to discuss this list here. There's 11 items on the list. And I think what we should do is we should tackle the concept of a moratorium quickly and move on from that, because that would change everything else. So we're going to go down this list and make as much progress as we can tonight, and we will certainly come back to some of these items at the next hearing because they have a fair amount of detail. So the moratorium, we wanted to have a range of options, and we presently have a moratorium in Round Cove, And that's a site where you don't have quite the scouring impacts that you have at other places, yet I don't know why. I tried to find out why that was put in 2003, and I really couldn't get a good answer. So this option looks at, probably the quickest way to alleviate all impacts from structures, water-dependent structures, would be have a moratorium on new docks and piers. That's a fairly extreme approach. I don't know if it's warranted at all locations, in the town of Harwich. So there's three options there. One is to have a townwide moratorium. One is to have a moratorium on just the Herring River, where you would add that to the clause that now includes Round Cove. And number three would be no change. So I do think it's important that we go ahead and just come to some sense on this one tonight, because if we were to have a moratorium, it would change all the other discussion that follows here. So I'm going to go ahead and ask the commissioners their thoughts on this, and I'll start with you, Stan.
When I was first looking at that, at first I saw townwide and I was thinking freshwater and everything, but we're really talking tidal areas here, which are really the river, Herring River and the harbors, in my opinion. And those are the ones we struggle with all the time because of shellfish and salt marsh and everything else. So the more I thought about it, it almost sounds like it's not a bad idea, because those are the areas we're always struggling over. That's all.
Okay. Let's see, Jim.
Well, yeah, I think I'd focus more in on the Herring River. That there's very little, if any, site on Herring River that can support a dock without impacts. And, I haven't really seen that site if it exists, so I would generally be supportive of a moratorium in the Herring River only. I just thought, river is not the best place for docks. You have much more current. It's also just limited navigationally. It's narrow. A moratorium in Herring River does make sense to me. I'm not in favor of it for the rest of the town, though. That's all.
All right, thanks, Jim. Mark?
This time.
Okay. Carolyn, are you back on?
I think so.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I am not in favor of a townwide moratorium. I know it sounds kind of silly, but as Mark Burgess mentioned at one of the other meetings, that when anybody in Chatham, when they put in a dock, the property value of their home increased by $1 million. While that's not exactly a hardship to deny them the $1 million, that's a big financial bite, at least in my mind. So I'm against a townwide moratorium. I could think a bit about a Herring River moratorium.
All right, thank you. Let's see, Ernie.
Yeah. I'm on the fence on this one. On the one hand, anytime we get an application, it seems to have issues, primarily with shellfish habitat. But if we also look at it from a overcrowding perspective, I think we agree that Herring River is at or very close to full capacity as far as additional docks being added there. But I think the same situation applies to Winchmere. There really is no space left in that harbor as well. So short of a townwide moratorium, I would be more in favor of looking at targeted moratoriums for specific areas that I think are at highest risk. And I would add Winchmere to the Herring River. I don't know, and Amy could probably speak better to this. You know, Allen's Harbor, I assume there are still opportunities there which would be permittable. I don't know them offhand. Saquatucket, I'm sure there's opportunities there. The Oyster River, you know, that seems like it might be getting to the point of overcrowding in there. So I think we need to look at each of these discrete areas. And I don't know of any others other than that in the Pleasant Bay area that would be subject to some sort of a moratorium, or that would be would be acceptable to put a dock in. I think those are pretty much it, other than someone putting one out in Nantucket Sound, which I don't think is practical anyhow. But so that's my thought.
All right, thanks, Ernie. John?
Yeah, I guess, you know, I'm a bit up in the air about this as well. I mean, it's hard for maybe, as Ernie was saying, Allen Harbor has some space for docks. I don't really know, but it's hard for me to see where in Harwich things aren't overcrowded and overdeveloped right now. That's my personal opinion. So for me, the whole question is about how can we get modifications to the bylaw that will make it possible for us to limit development of docks and piers to the point where they're not contributing to further degradation of the environment. I mean, certainly having a townwide moratorium, or even just the moratorium in the Herring River, would make our job a lot easier, but I'm not sure it'll fly personally. So I think I'm a bit more in favor, if we can, to try to make the language in the other parts of the water dependent structures bylaw more explicit, more unambiguous, less ambiguous, and tighter, so it makes it harder to impinge on environmentally sensitive areas. So I know that isn't a clean answer, but that's kind of where I am. And I'm sorry, Carolyn, but could you mute your microphone? It's causing feedback and clipping. Sorry.
All right, thank you, John. Any thoughts on this one, Amy?
Sure. Just to answer a question Ernie had about space in other of our harbors, such as Saquatucket and Allen. So, you know, John Rendon could speak to this certainly, but in Saquatucket, there's actually, other than the town marina, there's a couple other private docks, but there's really not as many waterfront properties. You have Saquatucket Bluffs Road on one side, on the left hand, or on the east side. On the west is private property, but it's kind of along the channel, the entrance channel. And also you have on that side extensive salt marsh, where I think, you know, greater than 80 feet wide in some locations. So I don't think there's, and John, when the chairman opens this up to other comments, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there's much availability in Saquatucket for any personal docks, as well as Allen Harbor. I think Allen Harbor and the entrance to it in Oyster Creek, most properties, I would say most, not all, but have them already, or are in just such poor locations that they may not be able to get one on their own merits. So you're right, the whole town is really tight when it comes to where potentially new structures could even go. I did count, and this was just using Google Earth and using the time frame, you know, going back in history on properties. It does seem that potentially there's about 10 other properties on the river that could look into getting docks in the future. And that's, there was one north of the 28 bridge and the rest were south, which is a congested area. And again, that's not a scientific number. If this goes to town meeting, I can definitely get a closer to accurate number of properties that don't have docks. But I think that's what I would add. And then I suggest either a water body specific moratorium if you're going to go that route, or a more moderate approach of a town-wide bylaw that instead of 65 feet in between structures, you go bigger than that if you're looking to reduce impacts but still potentially allow new structures.
Thank you, Amy. Very good thoughts on that.
Excuse
So I'm
me,
not
Brad.
hearing, what's that?
It's Stan. Can I just go back to my original comment?
Sure.
And when I first started reading this PowerPoint earlier today, and I sent Amy a message and I said, oops, because when I saw townwide, I said, well, I don't want to be limited, you know, when looking at ponds and Long Pond or anything like that. And then I went back to the PowerPoint, and right on the head it says tidal waters, and that's what my original comment was when I said, you know, I favor the overall moratorium on a tidal basis in terms of, because that usually involves the shellfish and the salt marsh and everything else. So I just wanted to clarify that. When I say townwide, I'm really just talking what this PowerPoint said, tidal areas.
I would
Yeah.
agree, and I would suggest tidal areas that we treat them separately from freshwater.
Yes, Dan, and there's no question that's what we're doing with this. It's tidal, water-dependent structures. So, so it sounds like Stan has a little interest in the town-wide moratorium. It sounds like not a lot of other interest in that among the commissioners, with some interest in maybe a Herring River specific. So I think that's probably where we're heading. But I think what we should do now is open up for comments from other town departments and boards. Amy, I can't see the screen right now, so if you could just go ahead and recognize folks. Any comments from other departments or boards?
Yeah, good afternoon, good evening. This is Heinz Prof, Natural Resources. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Good evening, everybody. I've heard, you know, all the introduction to this, and I read through the presentation that will continue on through. Some comments I'll save for later. In some ways, just kind of an analogy of, it's almost as if there's a discussion taking place. It might be, you know, do we want to paint the wall red or blue? And how about we decide, you know, does the wall need to be painted to begin with? And what I'm getting at is, in Brad, your introduction, you described something along the lines of, and you can correct me if I don't have the number quite right, but like in your 10 years, when you looked at the projects that came forward with variants and so forth, I think it was a number of 10, you know, in 10 years with what was currently taking place. So, I mean, for easy math, that averages to one peer project a year. That's, you know, the only rate lower than that is 0 with what was currently taking place. Now, there are language things that will be discussed going further. Originally, one idea was the Herring River and the impacts by those docks. And I wish I had a number of how long the shoreline is in Herring River from north to south. Like how many feet of frontage is there? And then what percent, in your opinion, is being impacted by, you know, so said docks, and wonder what that is. And one other comment about Round Cove and why that was, because I was here back in those days, and I don't know if that was at the time that Pleasant Bay was designated as an ACEC, area of critical environmental concern, and because Ron Cove is connected to that, it may have been part of the regulation stipulations at that point. It's just a guess, because that sounds about the time that was designated Pleasant Bay as ACEC and had those other types of restrictions and so forth. But just a quick comment as to reviewing these things, and as we get deeper into the discussion, I think, thank you, Amy, for looking at, as possible 10 projects. Obviously it's not 50, probably not just 2, but I would think, if Amy, if you're off, you're not going to be off by much. So, this kind of possibility of, because the docks that are there, I don't think anybody's going to ask to have them removed. So you're looking at future possibilities of a proposal, and I don't envision getting 10 in the next year if we've dealt with an average of 1 a year at what was currently taking place. So it's just how much has to be redesigned and restricted, because it seems as we go through it, each one of those are either severely more restrictive or just restrictive in nature, which what I think is what caused those variances in the past, because they were so boxed in. So I'll give up the floor for now.
Thank you, Heinz.
This is John Rendon, Harbor Master. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hi, John.
Hey. Can I speak?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So obviously I'm not in favor of any type of moratorium. I've heard that you're in favor of a moratorium because we've been struggling with variances and we're not holding account the current restrictions that we have in place. Well, to me, that's not the reason to put a moratorium in place. We have, I think, quite a few measures in place currently that applicants are held to when it comes to applications for docks and piers. And putting a moratorium because you've struggled with variances over the years just makes no sense to me. And the impact on shellfish, I think that can be argued, that it's certainly more water quality than it would be any pile that gets driven into the bottom. And I just think we need to think real hard about what the impacts of instituting a moratorium is on a host of different parties, businesses. I just think it's the wrong move. Can we talk about maybe making some adjustments along the way later in your presentation? Absolutely. But I think moratorium is the wrong way to go.
Thank you, John, and thank you and Heinz for bringing a lot of experience to this topic. And it's very helpful to get your feedback. I guess one thing I would say in response is that we're just looking for ways to reduce impacts, and we're looking for ways to do that are compatible with our regulations. So it's the moratorium would be just. And I don't think that we're seeing a lot of interest for a townwide moratorium at this point. So I think what I'll do is ask for additional comments from other folks, and then we'll move on to the next section. But any other folks from town boards or committees? All right, seeing none. Any comments from members of the audience?
Yes, this is Mark Burgess.
Go ahead, Mark.
So obviously I'm not in favor of moratoriums. We see what they do, and you've heard me say this before. When there's ever, when I think this applies to planning, zoning, even flood regulations. When the environment changed, when site conditions change, the boards in general never prohibited anybody from doing anything. They changed the way it had to be done. And I think without creating the problematic sense of a moratorium, which and the domino effect from that, to me, basically, the way you move forward with any kind of development is you improve the design. To take away or to take away the opportunity from people to come up with the right design that addresses the needs. I mean, that is what this is about, is environmental impacts. So for me, as a designer, the way to reduce those impacts is to change the design so it works for everybody. That is the win-win. Taking something away from somebody or taking away the opportunity, you're not going to make any friends, except for the people that already have what they want. So my whole mantra is, let's change the designs so that they reduce your concerns as much as possible, and then provide the on-site or off-site mitigation as necessary so that overall we don't lose resources. Further to that, just as a proportional area, I think I might have gave this to the commission years ago, but if somebody was to total up all of the docks in Harwich, and like Amy said, how many are left? I mean, that number is pretty small. So to all of a sudden cut those people out after all these years doesn't make sense to me either. Let's improve the design, and then as people come to upgrade their piers or rebuild them, then they should be required as much as possible, it's not always possible, but as much as possible to conform to the current standards. And that, moving forward, helps everybody else as well, so that some of these older docks can begin to conform a little bit better and reduce their associated impacts. When you get an old dock that doesn't have marsh under it, if it's going to be rebuilt, attempt to plant some marsh under it. Everybody wins when you do it that way. You're working in concert with the environment and the designs. So that's my 2 cents on that.
Thanks, Mark. Very, very good comments. And if I could just follow up on the whole concept of having not many locations left, I think part of the reason we're here tonight, and we've been discussing this for several years, is just that you've heard tonight from several commissioners that there's a lot of concern for locations like Herring River, where you've got a density of boating that is really remarkable on weekends in the summertime. And so you've got cumulative impacts occurring, and you have individual impacts and you have cumulative impacts. So I think that's what brought us here. And so, but thank you. Excellent comments. Anyone else, any other members of the audience? All right, hearing none, here's what I'm suggesting is that we move on from this one. I don't think you're going to hear a motion for a town-wide moratorium on docks and piers. I think that we're going to revisit some of these at the next hearing. And so I think we could consider, if commissioners want to, the moratorium for the Herring River. But I think otherwise we're not voting on these options tonight, and we're not expecting an interest in a town-wide moratorium. I think, as Amy has mentioned, we want to be successful with getting improvements to these bylaws, and so some of that comes with having things that are acceptable at the town meeting this spring. So let me move on to number 2, which is dock and pier setback requirements. So presently we have 65 feet for all locations except for 250 feet in Pleasant Bay. And the rationale for change is that at 65 feet, I think in my observations, it's not a very large distance, both for reducing impacts and also for just boats to maneuver. It certainly isn't a large amount of space in Wychmere, a place like Wychmere Harbor, where things are very dense right now among all the moorings and the docks and piers. So one way to tackle this is to have wider separation between structures. And so the options are to have things come in uniform with what was put in for Pleasant Bay, or to have lower numbers. And the commission has discussed this several times, and there really wasn't a lot of interest in holding the 65 feet, but we do have that option there as number 4. So I'll open it up to the commissioners for questions and comments, and I'll start with you, Stan.
I don't have any comments on this at this point.
Okay. All right. Jim?
Yeah, so I think as far as regulations go, the setbacks are they're straightforward. They're they're straightforward, which I really like about them. I mean, I think the 200 feet's been successful in Pleasant Bay. It's really made a difference there. And now with property values so high and money not really being the object in building docks, it's really holding the line and keeping that bay a little bit more open and having avoiding some of these impacts. So I mean, I'd be supportive of putting it in line with Pleasant Bay at 200 feet. I don't consider Herring River a less valuable resource than Pleasant Bay. I think they're kind of on par in my opinion. And yeah, I think that just makes overall my whole life on the water, and 65 feet between docks. I mean, at that point, something like Herring River is really becoming more just like one long private marina. You can't really navigate much in between the docks, or if you're trying to use a small watercraft or whatever, you're kind of just relegated to the channel, and the majority of the river is just taken up by the docks and the boats that are on the docks. So that is in the interest that we're protecting as recreation and fisheries, recreational and commercial. Yeah, it makes it pretty difficult to fish when you have docks every 65 feet. So I think the 200 foot makes a lot of sense to me. So that's my comment.
All right, thanks, Jim. Mark?
There's a lot to this. I'm just gonna wait for the time being, Brad. I've got to think this through a little bit. I've got mixed emotions about it.
Okay. Carolyn?
Well, our requirement right now is 65 feet, and that also includes a vessel moored on the dock. So if there was a vessel moored on 2 docks within 65 feet and they have a 8-foot beam that's 16 feet taken off of the 65, we're down to 49 feet in between. That's tight. I can see where that might be too tight. But on the other hand, I think to go to the 250 and maybe even the 150, you are virtually putting in a moratorium in every place but Herring River. And I'm against that. So that's where I'm up in the air.
Mm-hmm. Okay, John?
Yeah, hi. So I spent a lot of time on the water on Pleasant Bay, and I've been spending in the last 5-10 years a lot of time on the water in other parts of Harwich. And it strikes me, for one thing, that Pleasant Bay, I mean, it has its issues environmentally, but it's a very wide open body of water, and closely spaced docks on Pleasant Bay would be less of a congestion issue than they would be in a place like Herring River. So to me, there's a much more compelling argument for putting a larger setback limit in a place like Herring River than even on Pleasant Bay for a lot of reasons. So um, um, I'm very much in favor of increasing the setback. Jim was saying he supported 200 feet like Pleasant Bay, but it's actually 250 feet, right? So I'm not sure whether Jim was supporting 250 or 200, but I would support, I would probably support a 200-foot setback.
All right. Thanks, John. And I'll add a quick comment before I forget it, is that the scouring impacts, which I think are so prevalent in Herring River, are much more influential than what you'll find in Pleasant Bay. So I do think that's a relevant point for comparison. Okay, Ernie.
Yeah, I'd be very interested in the comments that we're going to get from other participants at this hearing. I think that the 250-foot setback is, as Carolyn mentioned, same thing as a moratorium. There just isn't that much space on the river or any of the other water bodies, I think, that we're talking about here that would allow people to put in new docks and meet that requirement. I also thought Carolyn raised a good point, too, that with the 60-foot requirement that we have right now, you put two 30-foot boats on those two docks that are within 60 feet of each other, and that doesn't really leave a whole lot of space between them. I think the size of boats is, John, you can probably talk to this too. I think you've had some experience with the entrance to Winchmere Harbor, but the people are getting bigger and bigger boats, and it's making this 65-foot requirement that we have in place right now probably less practical.
All right, thanks, Ernie. Amy, any thoughts on this one?
Just like to echo what a couple of people said really briefly, is that if you're in favor of a moratorium, say in the Herring River, then fine. We can make that motion. You can make that motion to do so, and by putting a very large 250-foot setback from adjacent structures, just blanket on things, it in effect is a moratorium. So, and again, I just stress trying to come up with something moderate, something that people can get on board with for town meeting, that is also going to do a better job of protecting our shorelines. I will say one of the reasons, that Pleasant Bay has such large setbacks, or probably the reason Pleasant Bay has such a large setback, is because all of Pleasant Bay is an area of critical environmental concern, whereas the Herring River has not been given that status. And so I favor an increase in setbacks from adjacent structures. Just from a practicality standpoint, I think of trying to get something through town meeting, I don't favor larger of the numbers that have been thrown out here.
Thank you, Amy. I'll ask for comments now from members of town departments and boards.
Hello, Brad. It's Hines again.
Yep.
Okay, good. Although I don't have a vote in any of this, my opinion and feeling would be to just remain with that 65-foot number that was originally created, I think, for the fact of spacing and distancing and, impacts of whatever they were looking at the time 65 feet was put in. I can't, speak for the engineering. Mark Burgess might be as how often he bumps up against 65 feet in these different projects. And maybe that's one of the variances that occurred over those 10 years that was originally described. But I can envision a homeowner who does not have a dock, looks out his window, and to the right, he's got 90 feet to his neighbor's dock on the right and maybe 95 to the left. And if changes have been put in place, the response is, well, you were late to the dance, and unfortunately your two neighbors got their docks and they were within plenty of distance, but if you go in and try to put in your new dock now, you in a sense could break one of these bylaws that are put in or these new distances. So I think it's disenfranchising someone who, under what currently is set, would have been allowed. So I don't know how often those distances kind of come up, because by the time they come to waterways and natural resources, that's been, measured out and looked at, and I think there will be instances that you're just saying to somebody, sorry, you're just too late. And I don't know if that's not equitable. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Heinz.
Brad, this is John Rendon.
Go ahead, please.
So just a couple things. I agree with Heinz Prof. I think there really shouldn't be a change in the 65-foot setback. I heard a lot about, whether there's sufficient space between docks at 65 feet from a navigation standpoint. And I can tell you, haven't gotten a whole lot of calls or a whole lot of instances where people are having problems getting to their dock, away from their dock, or hitting other boats, or when you consider maneuvering in a marina with 211 slips in and out of a slip amongst, you don't have anywhere near 65 feet to maneuver. 65 feet is quite a bit of space from a maneuverability standpoint of boats. And, with regard to little room to enjoy recreational boating, I just, north of the Lower County Bridge, there's so much area to kayak or boat, or, south of Lower County, with there's a significant amount of moorings, and it's tight in there. I'll agree to that. But there's a lot of river there that is plenty of room for recreational boating. And I just think, you indeed are putting a moratorium in place if you try to go to 150, 200, 250 setback. And I just don't think that's wise. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Any other members of town boards or commissions? If not, any members of the audience?
Yeah, yes, Mark Burgess again.
Go ahead, Mark.
So I completely understand a 65-foot requirement, and certainly if it was 25, that could exacerbate a lot of issues. But that depends on the skill of the boater, which none of us are responsible for. But the other thing I wanted to mention was that when you go down Herring River, because of the 80-foot rule, unless you get a bend in the river, most of the docks stick out about the same, leaving a lane down the middle for everybody to transit through. The moorings are well spaced apart. It can get tricky at times. It's in certain wind conditions when the boats might be 90 degrees to the shoreline, but it's up to the skill of the boater. We have 70-foot boats in Wychmere Harbor, and not without incident do they leave or come back. But as John was saying, he doesn't get those kind of calls really. So I don't think we should be responsible for how well a person can navigate their boat. And the point about the marina is awesome. I've gone in and out of marinas just to have lunch, and if you don't know what you're doing, shame on you. Boats get bigger, of course. If there's a serious problem, I think John has some jurisdictional responsibility or authority that maybe something could be done. But overall, in my experience, Dennis doesn't have a side setback at all. And if you look at places like the Dennis Fingers or over in Pockanocket on the Parkers River, there are some huge boats in there. And I don't know of any wars that have started with the neighbors. Everybody just has to be careful, So, obviously I'm happy with the 65. It's still limiting in some areas, But in a lot of cases, the people that want docks in those areas aren't presenting with a large boat. And then there are other docks that are still close and people have a huge boat on it. So, but generally the docks I don't think are impacting navigation down Herring River because they're all stick out about the same and within the lane of the moorings, and they are adequately spaced for somebody. I mean, I've only had a motorboat for a year, and anybody with something more than minimal skills ought to be able to navigate it, or they shouldn't be on the water. Certainly, Yarmouth has a 75-foot setback. Barnstable does it a little differently. They do it as I don't even think they have a setback per se. They have the extension into the water body is a function of how much frontage they have on the water body, which is kind of weird. So that's not really applicable. I don't know that they have a setback from another dock, because again, you go into Lewis Bay and it's just dock, and everybody has to know what they're doing. So Yarmouth has a 75, Dennis has nothing, Harwich has 65. Pleasant Bay, I really don't think you can compare because it's an ACEC. The first thing that Chatham did was they changed their setbacks to 250 feet. It effectively was a moratorium, but there were still a couple of large properties that had 250 feet to neighboring docks on both sides. And I put in one of the last docks in Chatham that had that, and they were so upset because, oh, they missed that or something. That's an exclusionary board. That's not fair. It's downright mean, really. So again, by working with it, some reasonable setback is what's reasonable. I mean, even if you guys wanted to go to 75 feet instead of 65, I'd actually be okay with that because I don't think it's unreasonable. All the docks that I put in Yarmouth, most cases we can meet the 75, and if the lot is constrained and not able to meet the 75, then you take your chances with a variance. But by and large, all of the new docks that I've put in in Yarmouth, have been able to meet even a 75-foot setback. So of course I would not rather it change at all, but I could go to 75 and I wouldn't, my head wouldn't explode. So.
All right, thanks, Mark.
Yeah.
Any other comments from members of the audience?
Mr. Chase, not before members of the audience, but when they're done, I just have one other quick comment, hopefully.
Sure. All right, seeing none at this point, go ahead, Amy.
Thank you. So in my perspective, from the navigational standpoint, even though the commission technically has, the bylaw or jurisdiction over the water dependent structures bylaw, I think that, navigation, our expertise should come from John and Heinz in that department. I think where I would like to see some improvements is to, the environmental aspects of having docks that are potentially too close together. And I understand the argument of, how much shoreline that we have, say, on the Herring River compared to how much detriment that these docks, cumulatively these docks might do. The percentages might be, very, very, very different. For me, personally, I look at fragmentation as well of the habitats, not just of the habitat loss in a specific location or cumulatively, but as, we don't have that really contiguous, unimpeded shoreline anymore. And I'm not saying we should go back to that, but if there is any way to reduce the cumulative impacts that these docks and structures do have, I think that is an interest of the commission and myself.
Thank you, Amy. Good point. Very good point. Well, I think for this number 2, that I think we should come back to it at the next hearing. I think that, we heard split comments among the commissioners. I think also we need to really talk about what we want to do for places like Herring River. And so my recommendation is that people consider this and we come back and we move on it at the next hearing. So number 3 is dock and pier water depth at mean low water. Presently, our regulations allow for floats to be no closer to the substrate than 2.5 feet at mean low water. And the reason we're considering a change is because we have seen scouring impacts from floats and attached boats that can impact the substrate quality for shellfish. And there are concerns that there are locations that are either marginal through sedimentation or through other means, but you've got floats that are sitting less than 2.5 feet. So the proposals are fairly simple, and we have discussed this, I think, a fair amount as a commission. And the first one is to go to 3.0 feet at mean low water, which is what's found in Dennis and Yarmouth. And I forget what Cape Town had a maximum mean low. That would be a little more depth. It would just relate to the maximum mean low and then no change. And in an upcoming item, we're going to talk about dredging. I think that whatever we do, we'll have to have some language inserted on when we would consider improvement dredging to meet a water depth in areas that are highly degraded as it is. So I think that's some language we'll have to, consider. But otherwise, I think it's a straightforward change to try to reduce impacts from boats, which are getting larger, as well as the floats that interact with the substrate. So, starting with comments from the commissioners, I'm going to start with you again, Stan.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that. I guess, and I've mentioned this to you and Amy before too, is I have a bigger concern where I've seen it with existing docks, and I don't know what can be done about this in terms of, because of changes in the riverbed and everything, that I know of at least 2 docks in Herring River where at low tide, the floats are sitting on the ground. And so I don't know if we can somehow tie in this for reconstruction of docks in the future, of existing docks. That's all I have.
Thanks, Dan. Good point. Let's see. Jim?
Yeah, I'm in favor of going with the 3 feet. I think that makes sense. If you look around, there's been a really strong trend the past 10, 20 years. Go back 20 years and a typical power boat was a 22 foot with 150 horsepower. And these days it's probably more like a 26 foot with 600 horsepower. The power, the weight, the depth of these center consoles is just getting astronomical. And not only they tend to draw 2 to 3 feet just to begin with, but once you get the engines lowered and put them in gear, you're down even lower and can really stir up that sediment. So it's certainly one of the primary impacts of docks is having these boats real close to the bottom, stirring up that sediment, scouring the bottom, and you can have the anti-fouling paint just rubbing off directly on the bottom. So I think that's an easy one to go to 3 feet. And I've heard an argument that would mean more people would have to dredge, but I think it's just, if it's not a suitable location for a dock, it's not a suitable location. And if dredging's not appropriate, then they don't dredge. It's just not a.
All right, thanks, Jim. Mark?
No remarks, thank you.
Okay. Carolyn?
I can go with the 3 feet change.
Okay. John?
Yeah, I support the 3 feet. Even a 20-year-old, 22-foot power boat with a motor down is down to 2.5 feet, and it's going to stir stuff up at low tide. So 3 feet is a minimum in my view.
All right, thank you. Ernie?
Yeah, I'm on board with the 3 feet as well.
Okay. Amy, any thoughts on this one?
I recommend 3 feet at mean low water.
Okay. All right, we'll shift to comments from town departments and boards.
Hello again, it's Hines. I heard that discussion. It was really well presented. It was good to hear that, and I'm not a proponent that it would definitely be something that would have to be approved, but you may get more requests for dredging to get to 3 feet because you may possibly change it to that number. And the other thought is, if someone had originally built or designed a dock that made it out to 2.5 feet, you might be requiring, or might be now asking them to add additional structure distance-wise, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 foot longer dock, another piling to get to 3 feet, because that's how it's stated. So again, it's not something that it's a yes or no. It's just some things that it has a domino effect when you look at something like that. Length of boat in Herring River, I think John will have much better feel about that if we have a regulation as a max length. He might comment on that, but just the idea of what 3 foot then also entails if you decided to do that. I think 2 things. 1, you may get more requests for a certain amount of dredging, or 2, somebody might have to add a little bit longer dock because you now are asking them to get out there. Thank you.
Thanks, Heinz.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, John Rendon again. I echo Heinz's comments. 3 feet, 2.5 feet. If the commission, decides to go to 3 feet, I can support that. I just would hope that you don't make some determination that you have to get 3 feet without dredging, because again, I know we're going to talk about dredging, maintenance dredging later on, because I think you're going to end up getting a lot of docks that go out the full 80 feet in order to achieve that 3 feet depth, instead of building them a little closer in and not in the middle of a channel. So I would hope that if the commission decides to go to 3, that you don't put a restriction in there that you have to get 3 without dredging. Thanks.
Thanks, John. Yeah, and I think we would mainly address improvement dredging and not really relate this to maintenance dredging. Very different types of dredging. And I think myself, I'd like to see the ability to have more clarity as to when you can have improvement dredging. And but I do think there has to be some language on shellfish habitat. So I think that's something that we can work out. Any other comments? Let's go to members of the audience.
Hi, Mark again. Yeah, so Dennis and Yarmouth all have 3 feet. Dennis, I think both of them probably say without the benefit of dredging. I'm not in agreement with that part of it, but it's something we have to live with in those towns. My first question is, we're all talking about the boat. So that 3 feet that you're talking about should be available at the seaward edge of the float, correct? And therefore, what are you thinking about on the landward edge of the float? Because 3 feet under the entire float, all of this conversation we're talking about is about the boat, and I get it. That's no problem. So, I'm fine with having to have 3 feet at the seaward edge of the float, because certainly by the time you get to the middle of the boat, you should have more than that, unless it's a flat water body. But what do we do about the seaward side, the landward side? And for your question about existing docks, 2 scenarios. It could have been permitted way back, and maybe the float is aground. It might even been permitted that way. We don't know. But if that's the current situation, one possible and inexpensive option is only if they come back to rebuild the dock, you look at the options to make it comply. If it can go out further and not go beyond the 80 feet, that's one option. Float stops are another option. So that would be, the float stops are pretty simple, and those can be put in place, right the next time the float comes out of the water. I certainly wouldn't suggest enforcement on that, but I'm just saying when the horse comes to water, you do what you can to make it comply. Yarmouth has been using a consensus where their preference would be 3 feet on all sides of the float. Having said that, if the bottom is very steep, then float stops don't work, because the float, especially if it was only 6 or 8 feet wide, becomes very tilted. So you kind of have to take it on a case-by-case basis. So anyway, float stops are one way to do that on old projects. On the new projects, I think, honestly, if you had 2.5 feet on the landward side of the float and 3 feet on the seaward side, I think everybody should be able to live with that.
All right, thanks, Mark. And Amy, just to confirm, present regulation is 2.5 for all locations on the float. Isn't that correct?
I don't think it says that specifically.
I will check it. Hang on 1 second.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I would.
I don't think it's specific.
I think the intention of this would be to have the 3 feet on all sides.
Yeah, I think your current regs say 2.5 feet, and I think it might even say on the seaward side specifically.
It just says,
We've just been trying to accommodate it where we can.
it says to avoid any propeller dredging, the dock end shall maintain a 2.5 foot depth.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure our interpretation has been steady that it's all parts of the dock. It's 2.5 feet.
Sorry, that was freshwater. Let me look at salt. Don't mind the meowing cat in the background.
I fed mine before the hearing.
I don't feed mine right before bedtime. She's a hellion all night, so I can't feed her at a normal hour. So the commission shall deny a permit in any case where a proposed structure or combination of structures would not extend to a point where at mean low water, a water depth of at least 2.5 feet is maintained. No vessel shall be aground at mean low water.
Yep, that's the seaward edge of the float. It's always been like that. The commission and other commissions have asked us if we can do a little better and get more clearance under the landward, and we've done what we can to accommodate, but technically right now your reg is for the seaward edge of the float. So according to the dock and pier guidelines, 2.5 feet in the presence of significant shellfish, and we're talking about the motor, so 2.5 feet on the landward side and 3 feet on the seaward side, I think is reasonable. You have to kind of look at a case-by-case basis about how steep the bottom is too. Some cases we could have 3 feet on the landward side and 6 feet on the seaward side, because it has to stick out so far.
Yeah. Well, thanks for that. I know myself, one of my interests here is that I feel like we're seeing impacts at 2.5 feet. So that's part of the interest in making a change. So, all right. Well, any other comments from members of the audience? Seeing none. Well, I wish I had those regs in front of me so I could read that wording.
I can read it again for you if you want.
Yeah, sure.
Or I'll do you one better. I'm going to put it on my screen. Give me a second if you want to read it, because I know sometimes I do better when I'm reading it for myself. Actually, I'm going to open up the bylaw. Let me just find it and then I will share screen.
Yeah, what I have is the copy we were working on. We first proposed changes, and it says under all proportions of the float. So we've had, you know, a fair amount of discussion on this in the language that we put in with the last round. That's what we came up with.
I still want to go back to what the bylaw says, because no matter
right.
what the regulations say,
Right.
really the bylaw is what is more stringent. Let's see, we got 50 feet. I'm just struggling to find that sentence. 200 feet. I don't know why I'm struggling so much to find this. Sorry. Could it be possible that our bylaw talks about, you know, half-inch spacing between decking, but not 2.5 feet? It's got to. I'm not seeing it in the bylaw.
Yeah, I see it in the reg.
Yeah, I was checking in the bylaw because it talks about all the other dimensions. Guess it doesn't. Hang on. I'll bring up the regs too so everybody can see them.
Yeah, this was back when we had the joint public hearing specifically on this topic. We had a list of recommended changes that were discussed, but we never were able to move them forward. And under K, we had a minimum of 3 feet of depth under all portions of the float at mean low water.
I remember that.
And it had, you know, fair support from the commission members at that time.
I just think it's interesting that we have all the other, you know, 65 feet from adjacent structures, half-inch spacing on the decking, which we'll talk about shortly, and it doesn't have the depth there. So that's certainly something that we should add to the water dependent structures bylaw if we can come up with a number, because we shouldn't have this reg hanging out in thin air without a backup from the bylaw.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's what we're here for. That's what we're trying to do. And I guess what we'll do is we'll punt this one till the next meeting as well. But we'll note that we had good support among commissioners for going to 3.0 feet at mean low water, and this will also give us a chance to talk about the dredging relation at the same time. But I hope that we can, you know, vote on some of these tonight, and we don't, you know, kick everything down the road. Okay.
Hey.
Let's see.
So
the
the next slide.
Oh, we're getting a reverberation, Brad.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what that's.
I'm not sure what changed.
Are you talking on, do you want to talk through your computer or your phone?
No, just the phone.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So the next slide just has a summary of a study done by Logan et al., published in Estuaries and Coast in June of 2017, and it was an evaluation on dock shading impacts to salt marsh vegetation. And this group actually published 2 different studies. This one looked at a couple scenarios of dock height to width ratio on a 4-foot wide experimental dock, and it was a 3-year control study looking at changes to both high marsh and low salt marsh. And the point here is simply that they, at the 1-to-1, 4 feet height to 4 feet width, which is what we have used for many years. It's what the Division of Marine Fisheries has recommended to us for many years. They found a 50% reduction in plant biomass for both species. And I think it's important to note that that was for a 3-year study. So that degradation could continue. For a 1.5 to 1 ratio, which is 6 feet to 4, they had no change in the high marsh and then a 25% reduction in the low marsh. So, even at that greater height, there was some reduction in low marsh. So I put that up there to frame the next number 4, which is regulations on dock, pier, and walkway dimensions. So presently we have 1/2-inch spacing, and that the elevation is equal to the width of the deck above mean high water or marsh vegetation. And we have a maximum width of 4 feet. Therefore, we have the 1-to-1 height to width ratio. And so thinking back to the photographs that I showed, I mean, to me, it's one of the more apparent and obvious impacts that occurs both individually and cumulatively is the shading impacts that occur to salt marsh. So again, we have empirical studies that indicate we have shading impacts, and so the recommendations here are, number 1, to increase the deck spacing to 3/4 inch and set the elevation of salt marsh to a 1.5 to 1, and then a 1.25 to 1 height to width ratio for all the types of substrata other than salt marsh, and the alternative is no change. So this, again, like the previous one, is one that we have discussed a fair amount, but I'll run through comments from the commissioners, starting with Stan.
Brad, no comment, and I'm in favor of this change.
Okay. Jim?
Yeah, I'm in favor, and no other comments.
All right. Mark?
Mark had to step away for a moment.
Okay. Carolyn?
I'm in favor of this change. What I don't understand, though, is in these older studies, 2017, as opposed to the one they're doing right now. In the older studies, they found no difference between, I don't want to say a solid decking, the slats, shall I say, versus grading, which would have been much more open. And I don't understand why the shading isn't better with a grate as opposed to decking.
Yeah, good point. That was a finding in the other study, which wasn't cited here. But yeah, you would think grading would be better, but we haven't really gotten to the point of discussing whether we want to require grading. We thought, gaining the spacing would be a good option, and maybe in some cases the grading could be an option, for certain site-specific situations. But we haven't, put it forth as a change to require grading.
Okay, but I would be in favor of this 1 to 1.5.
All right, thank you. Let's see, John.
Yeah, I'm in favor of this. I thought that even in that study, they did note some changes in the high marsh in terms of a species mix. That is, that was dominated by Spartina patens in the virgin areas, but when there was a dock, even a high dock there, the species mix changed, and there seemed to be some incursion of the low marsh Spartina, the alterniflora. So I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but it appears that any of these situations result in impacts of one sort or another, and that's kind of the puzzle we have. So at a minimum, I would support this change.
All right, thanks, John. Ernie?
Yeah, I'm in favor of the increase to the elevation, but I guess my concern is if we don't know the impact that a grading structure can have over increase in the spacing of the deck. If it's significantly better to have grading, I would just soon wait and just have that information at hand and determine if we just want to go to grading.
Okay. Any thoughts on this one, Amy?
I don't think we should wait necessarily for the studies and thoughts on grading. I think we can word it in a way as such that decking shall be at minimum have at least 3/4 inch spacing, and in site-specific locations, the commission may consider grading. I do agree with the 1.5 to 1 over marsh and 1.25 to 1 over other resources. I would just clarify that the 1.5, that those ratios be to the bottommost structural member. You're going to want to clarify, is it from the structural member or from the decking, the bottom of the decking?
What's your recommendation, Amy?
I would say right now it's the way it's is to the decking. So we could stay consistent. Let me just check that. Sorry, too many papers.
I think that's what we've discussed, is that it makes the most sense in terms of telling people what could be built, is just to measure from the decking.
Mm-hmm. I'll find it. Now I know we have this one. Oh my goodness, I'm going crazy.
Amy,
Mm-hmm.
I think it's 304-8, number F, letter F.
Can you read it, please?
Decks shall have a minimum 1/2 inch spacing between deck planks and shall be at an elevation equal to the width of the deck above mean high water, or in areas of marsh above the marsh vegetation, whichever is higher.
Okay. It's a little unclear in there, but because above the marsh vegetation, usually we don't measure from the top, above the marsh vegetation. We order from the marsh itself, the ground, up. So as it stands right now, it's not clear, and we should make it clear.
Okay.
We've typically been doing, I believe, 1 to 1 from, well, we asked for more now, but 1 to 1 from the decking. So 1.5 to 1 from the decking.
Okay. And it has been from the decking to substrate, not plants.
To the substrate, correct.
Yeah, I think that certainly explains a lot of the impacts that are readily seen. Okay, I'll ask for comments from any town departments or boards.
Hello, it's Heinz. This one I'll keep quite short. I think I understand what's being proposed. What's driving it is the way the salt marsh is reacting to conditions it's under, in terms of either what sunlight or availability or shade or not enough shade. But if someone and I'm not going to venture to guess what climate change is going to do, but if shading is something that's beneficial, or certainly going forward for that type of, vegetation, you're removing it by going higher. I don't know if it grows the same way as, let's say, grass in your lawn, but grass that grows with a little bit of shade grows a lot better than the stuff that's exposed to sun all the time. So it's just a comment. Whatever you would go with that, it's not my field of expertise, salt marsh and its growth and how much sun and shade it requires, but what you're trying to do is put something in place that's going to hopefully live on in a few years or 10 years or longer. And if you think what kind of environmental conditions that marsh is going to be under, you may have wanted some shade. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Hi, it's just to, salt marsh actually does not like shade. So it is one of the it is actually a plant that doesn't tolerate it too well. It is the marsh grasses.
All right, any other comments from boards or departments?
No comment from me. This is John.
All right, thanks, John. All right, seeing none, any comments from members of the audience?
Hi there, Mark again. So 1.5 to 1 to the decking, we don't have I don't have a problem with that. You have projects in front of you that have that right now. What other towns have done is simply require grading over the marsh, period. And you've heard me say with John Logan's study, he makes an assumption based on a minimal amount of data that the increased height, or 1.5 to 1, is beneficial, but he also admits that he just doesn't have enough, there's not enough docks at that height, with or without grading, for him to make a quantified, complete decision. And I'm going to help him with that this summer when I redo my own study. So 1.5 to 1 to the deck, I think everybody's okay with that. When you add another foot on a 4-foot wide dock or walkway, and you do it to the underlying structural member, the decking is 7 feet in the air. So you can imagine that makes it more of a structure. You need larger piles because it's further out of the ground and all of that goes with it. So if you feel that 3/4 inch spacing is enough, I gave you a study that showed 1 inch spacing, but that could be tough to walk on, and if you're a small dog, it might even be hazardous. So maybe 3/4 is the way you go. But just to note that other towns have required, simply if it's over marsh, that they're fine with the lower heights, but they mandate grading just over the marsh portion. Yeah, I think that's 1.5 to the decking it's up there, but it's something I think everybody can live with.
Thanks, Mark.
Yep.
All right, any additional comments from members of the audience or circling back to commissioners? All right, seeing none, I think this is an item that we should move on tonight. I think we have some fairly good agreement, and I think Ernie's comments on grading are appropriate, although I don't think we're there yet in terms of the science. So I'm comfortable having the grading as an option as required to part of a regulatory change. Do one of the commissioners would like to make a motion on this, number 4?
This is John Ketchum. I will move to approve option number 1 as stated in this slide number 4, with the additional language suggested by Amy, making grading an option under conditions determined by the conservation agent or the commission.
Okay, do we have a second, please?
I will second it, and it's Stan.
All right, thank you, Stan. Any additional discussion? All right, so we are going to include some language on a grading as an option, and we could, you know, if a study comes up and shows us the way to go, that's where we'll head down the road. And so we'll do a roll call. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. And I'll start with you, Stan.
Aye.
Jim.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
Carolyn.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Ernie.
Aye.
And myself, Brad Chase, aye. So the motion carries 7-0. And yeah, we'll have that one off the list for the next hearing. So that's good. Okay, number 5, float off-season storage. So the 2003 bylaw really tried to address this and just said you could not store these floats in the off-season on the resource area or within the 0 to 50-foot buffer zone. And what's happened, you know, when I first got involved with the commission, there were lots of floats all over the place, and the impacts were pretty amazing. Since then, I think we've had a lot of communication. Amy's done a good job talking to people, and we've tried to get better compliance, but we're still seeing every winter we're seeing several docks in more than one location. And to me, the impacts are just really obvious. It's not even something you can debate as to what these docks do when they're sitting on the marsh or other types of habitats. So what was considered here was to clarify the language to say that upland storage was only allowed and there'd be no grandfathering allowed for direct resource impacts. We have had some folks say that, well, they've been doing it forever, so they're grandfathered. I don't think that the Wetlands Protection Act or our regulations or bylaws will allow direct resource impacts to be grandfathered. So just clarify that language and then set up a clear schedule for issuing warnings and fines. I think we should send a letter with the first observation and that has a schedule on the letter. And if we don't have compliance, then a fine is automatically issued, and we can, you know, talk about that schedule and the fine schedule. But fairly simple update and clarification. I think we can all agree this is a practice we'd like to see go away. So I'll start with comments from the commissioners. I guess I'll flip things around and start with Ernie.
No comment. I'm in favor of option number 1.
Okay. John.
Yeah, I'm in favor of option number 1. Nothing further.
Okay. Mark.
I am with reservation. In favor of option 1. And, you know, we've had cases where we've allowed people to store things right on a beach and so forth. It seems to me that there needs to be a provision built in with some explanation for that. And that's not clear to me, because you know, it has been a practice in certain cases where other storage is limited or unreasonably difficult. So perhaps that bears consideration.
No, I think it's a good point, Mark, although I think it mainly pertains to freshwater applications where we have had, you know, we've lacked consensus at times on freshwater, you know, float storage. I think in tidal situations, the impact of the resource areas are just too obvious and really should be avoided. So I think if we stick to tidal, I think it's a little clearer. But thank you for that point. Let's see, Jim.
Yeah, I'm in favor of changing the language. Should we talk a little bit about what that schedule would be of warnings and fines here?
Yeah, we can. You know, when we had the meeting in January 2020, we had language before us on that, and I'd have to dig it up, but I think what we talked about was, you know, first observation, send a letter, and that includes, you know, remove it within 30 days or you shall be fined, and if that's ignored, then there would be an additional fine. some process where every observation is treated the same way. And,
Yeah, that seems good. I mean, I know a lot of letters have been sent out and ignored. So, seems like the fining needs to happen, sooner, partially just to avoid the sheer amount of work and all the letters and continuing non-compliance. But to get those fines out quickly and kind of automatically, and then I suppose some sort of provision to fine per week or per day, or send out the $300 fine initially, give them 30 days to remove the dock, or whatever period seems acceptable, and then have a next step, because I have a feeling we're going to get a lot of ignoring continuing. Those are my comments.
Yeah, no, I think so. I think what we proposed over a year ago was to, for first violations, have the warning letter with removal in 30 days. Any other violations after that, whether it's the following year, it would be an automatic fine, and go that way. So, okay, Carolyn.
If you picture a property that has grass up to a retaining wall and then the resource area, the beach and water, what is the harm of storing it on their lawn? That would be within the 0 to 50, but it would be in a highly altered area. It would not be hurting any resource.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I don't think we've had that. I think every issue we've had has been, floats on a resource. Our language presently says not 0 to 50. I think it has to be case by case, and it probably should be a variance. And I could see some cases where you would issue a variance to allow that off-season storage above on a lawn, above a bulkhead or something. So I think we're allowing that now in some cases, and I would say that what we're really trying to work on here is the ones that are sitting right on the resource area.
Mm-hmm. So this change would allow someone to request a variance.
I'm going to ask Amy to chime in, but that'd be my interpretation. Really looking to avoid resource impacts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, really from any of our regulations, we have a set of regulations. If people think they have a convincing argument why they don't need to meet them, they ask for a variance. It's not like exact, very specific things. The 50-foot no disturb or mitigation, they have to ask for variances for. If there's really any part of the bylaw that they can't meet, but they feel like they have a reason that they, should be allowed to do something, they can ask for a variance.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that, so yeah. I am in favor of this.
Okay, thank you. Stan, you've been kind of a champion on this issue.
Oh yeah, I'm all in favor of this one, especially including the no grandfathering. And I guess in relation to Carolyn's question, I can think of 2 instances, one of which I talked to Amy recently that did kind of fall into that category. One was on somebody's lawn, and one in out of the marsh grass or anything like that, and it was a modified area. So I don't know about how we know that if they've had a variance or not, Amy, or if they've just done that historically in those cases.
And a lot of times in the orders of conditions back from 20, 30 years ago, they didn't specify about float storage. And so it's not really grandfathered because we are noticing an impact and there's nothing stating they specifically can do it. And just to that effect, 3 letters with 30-day deadlines were issued yesterday. There will be fines, but I would like to know frequency of fines if they don't meet that 30-day deadline, if they don't contact me and let me know that they're having trouble meeting it because of a contractor, etc.
Right.
I do want to talk about that. I wanted to let you know that 3 went out with 30-day warnings yesterday.
Thank you, Amy.
I guess, and as we know, Brad, I think the ongoing issue is, and I've talked to Amy, if some way, at least once a year or something, go out at the beginning of the year or something and see what's out there.
Yeah, no, it's a good
From a
idea.
policing standpoint, right now it's been more random, as you know, and particularly in the Herring River, but in other places as we happen to come across them.
Yep. Okay. Let's see, did I cover everybody? I think I did. Any additional comments, Amy, on this one?
No, just again, if you want, how frequently, if they don't meet the 30-day window that we're going to give them to take the float off, what do you want to do it weekly, daily? My inclination would, in the letter I write, please contact me. So people, like, if they can't meet the deadline, can do that. I would like to know some frequency. I'll show you what our current, going back to it, what I would suggest is whatever, of course, language we have in our regulations, and I'll show you the language we have in our regulations. This is the wetland regs, but that they reflect in the water dependent structures bylaw. Let's see. Can you see it?
Mm-hmm.
Number 11. There's the 2.5 feet.
Yep.
Well.
Yeah, I think if we can connect the bylaw changes to the regulation changes, we can do that, at our leisure, I guess. And I think it's important.
Well, I would just state that you should add it to the bylaw if it's not there.
Right.
Let me check.
Yep.
Got it here somewhere. Yeah, I see no reason for you not to vote on that.
Okay.
Right.
Any comments from other town departments or boards?
Yes, hello, it's Hines. When I was reading through the presentation, and not just this one, Brad, but I want to comment with all that you did a lot of work on these sections and putting together data and studies, so I appreciate that. So thank you for all that hard work you did to the whole PowerPoint. Specifically to this one, for the commission to decide something or department heads to suggest certain things, it eventually will fall to Amy, and she made a couple comments, but how realistic is it, Amy, and she'll answer, to enforce all that? It is a lot of work, even what we were doing, because I would help with, pointing out certain things, but, in terms of personnel and time, she's going to have, you're putting something on Amy that she will have to address. And then one comment about the fines, if it goes that far, they should exceed the cost of what it would take somebody to hire somebody to remove it. Otherwise, it's the price of doing business. And eventually, it has to be more than fines. People are just going to look at that as a business expense. And there are people with deep pockets that will just keep paying your fines. So at some step, I don't know if it's step 5 or 9 or 10, comes the revoking of their permit or paying for someone else to take it off their property to wherever and charging for it. So there's got to be something more than just a monetary, fine in those step process. Otherwise, people just pay whatever you want. Thank you.
Yeah, it's an excellent comment, Hines. It brings up the idea of adding language to, in addition to a fine, require restoration of the damaged resource.
Yeah.
So maybe that's something we can include.
And if I can, Mr. Chair, I want to give the commissioners, Stan, Brad, Jim, all of you credit, sorry, loud dog. All of you credit, because they really have been my eyes out in the field, looking for these things. So that's a huge resource, at least for stuff that's on the marsh. I can't speak for, it's hard to look for things, other non-compliance items, but storage of floats on marsh is pretty easy to spot if we're out there. Some people are avid paddlers, and it's certainly very helpful. So, and in regards to fines, we are a little bit limited under state law that we can only fine $300 per day per offense, but each day can constitute a separate offense. And the most we can fine per day per offense is $300. That's not to say, again, we can, if it's over multiple days, that adds up. We had a fine exceed $9,000 last year. That was the first time ever. Nobody wanted, and it was not to deal with docks and piers. I'll say that. But I think and I don't know the answer about whether we, the town taking personal removing personal property and then charging them for it. I don't know how that works. I'd have to see. I wouldn't want to put us in liability, but typically when your $300 a day fines really start adding up, people start to listen. But thank you very much for your comments.
Yeah, I think that even if you never get to that line item that says you lose your permit, it might be the 10th violation, might be the 12th, but I don't even know who we were talking about. I'm sure they paid the $9,000 and didn't blink.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good point. Maybe, Amy, we can put in some language on required to pay for the cost of restoration.
Yep.
So that can be, and then we do the best we can with the fines, and we, there's one letter that comes without a fine. After that, for that property, there's no other letters without fines. So I think, any other comments from members of the audience or the commissioners?
Brad, this is John. I would just add, of course, I fully support this measure. And as far as enforcement goes, if the Harbor Master Department can help, your board members or Amy doing patrols in the off season to identify those that are in violation, we'd be happy to do that. We keep a boat in the water year round. So if that's helpful.
Much appreciated, John. It would be good probably to get people out there just to look around and see the river in the off season.
Absolutely. Anytime.
Thank you.
Pretty
All
sure
right,
you can find some people who want to go for boat rides. So.
Mark here again.
Yep.
I'm fully in support of this. I think the staggered, my understanding of the fine process is I agree with a letter first. The reason for that simply is that the homeowners may not know that the contractor did it. It could be something different. Could be a new contractor. The 3 big companies that I've been working with have all been sold this year. But at any rate, the onus lies on the homeowner. Amy, do these go out by certified mail?
They are, yes.
Okay. So at any rate, a letter first, I totally agree with. I would give them 30 days to comply. If the 30 days, and in that letter say if we do not see compliance in 30 days, the commission at its discretion will issue $300 per day after that. That way you're saying that, or will or can, that way, depending on the circumstances, I would say can and not will or shall. To the other point, to Carolyn's point about storing on the lawns, if it's on top of a bulkhead, maybe that's few and far between, but there could be some instances where if there's a barge that's unloading it, taking the float, and they can just swing it up and put it on the person's lawn, even if it's land subject to coastal storm flowage. If they want to mess up their lawn, that's their prerogative. but I think maybe perhaps a line item that says that storage on lawns and or beaches may be allowed only on a case-by-case basis, and that they have to, if they want to get apply for that provision, they have to come before the board as a discussion item or something like that. And that will help relieve that, and definitely get rid of the 0 to 50, because that complicates things, as Carolyn said. I would also, because these companies have changed hands, usually they know what they're doing, but I would issue a letter to all the marine contractors reminding them that if they do this practice, that their clients are liable. That's my 2 cents.
All right, thanks, Mark. Any further comments? Okay, well, I will respond to one thing Mark said, and I don't support removing the 0 to 50. I think we should really avoid storing any structures in the 0 to 50, but there'll be times when a variance could be issued, and so I think that's reasonable.
Okay.
All right, well, I'm going to ask for a motion at this point for one of the commissioners.
It's Stan, and I'll make a motion for number 5, the float off season storage. Option 1, to clarify bylaw language to permit only upland storage with no grandfathering permitted for direct resource impacts, and to set a clear schedule for issuing warnings and fines.
All right, could I have a second, please?
What about the case-by-case basis thing?
All right,
Karen?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you, John. So under discussion, basically, you know, we have a situation right now where we can issue a variance for the no storage in the 0 to 50, and so I don't think there's any need to change that. Certainly I do not want to relax the no storage in the 0 to 50. I think that there'll be times when you've got a bulkhead, and you got a lawn above the bulkhead, and then it makes sense to put it there, and so we can listen to that appeal, and we can grant a variance to that. Any other discussion?
Okay, as long as Carolyn brought up a good concern, as long as you guys have the ability to address that, then that's cool.
Mm-hmm. All right, any further?
Actually, I do have, is there sometimes in order of conditions, we put storage of float must be discussed with administrator? Location of storage?
We usually put that off-season storage of float shall be outside the 50-foot buffer zone.
Okay. So that will always be included in the order of conditions.
Yeah, even though it's a regulation or a bylaw, it's something that, we do and we should put in there anyways, just to remind people, because they don't always read our regulations and bylaws, but more often than reading our bylaws and regulations, they read their permits.
Mm-hmm, good. But I like Mark's suggestion that a letter be sent to these new owners of the companies.
Sure. I mean, I do work with them, and they are aware, but I've talked with them, but I'm happy to send them letters as well.
Sorry, Amy, I know that's more work for you.
Oh, it's really not a lot. It's just a paragraph, and then also you had said that remind them that their clients are going to be liable, but ultimately the contracting companies are also liable for
Correct.
it. They've been noticed.
You're right. And you can address, if there's any new projects or modified projects or whatever, you can always look at it site specifically and just condition where you want the float stored without just the general statement of outside the 50. So you can address specific
we do. Yeah,
case.
we do.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to call a vote for this. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. A roll call. We'll start with, let's see, Carolyn.
Aye.
Ernie.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
Jim.
Aye.
Myself, Brad Chase, aye. So the motion carries 7-0.
And Stan, aye.
Oh, sorry, Stan. All right, sorry about that. It's getting near 10 o'clock, and we actually have 6 more items on this agenda, so I think in the interest of getting out of here before it's too late, I don't want to keep people too late because we are going to take this up at the next hearing. I'm looking at those 6 items. I want to touch on them quickly and, have brief comments from folks, and maybe we can rule on number 9, protection of the coastal bank, because that one is really just adding language where there is no language. But either way, let's continue on the list. And let's see, Amy. Am I up again? Can you see the PowerPoint?
I can't. I will make you another. Well, for some reason it didn't.
Okay, so
You should
I'm
be
back.
able to. You should
Yep,
be
I'm
able
back.
to.
Okay, can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay. All right, number 6 is on dredging. And right now, there's not a lot of language in our regulations or bylaws on the relation of dredging with docks and piers. And certainly, I think we've been, we recognize the importance of maintenance dredging, and it has been permitted. It's not uncommon to have maintenance dredging permitted. Improvement dredging is something else, and we see there's a lot of protections in the bylaws, regulations, and the Wetlands Protection Act to protect land under ocean and land containing shellfish. So improvement dredging is something that hasn't often been allowed. I think there are locations where you have sediments that are degraded, and you've got fine sediments that do accumulate and degrade benthic habitats. And so this item is to ask whether we want to put in language that discusses when it might be appropriate to have improvement dredging to meet the depth to mean low water for docks and piers. And so, we've discussed it conceptually. We've discussed this with waterways a couple times. And so what we have there is the concept of, having a threshold. We hear a lot of discussion about anoxia, but it isn't that difficult of a quantitative measurement to make to demonstrate that you have anoxia in your sediments. And maybe there's a sediment size where it's just so fine that it's just not very suitable for most benthic life. So that's what's put out there. I don't think we're going to rule on this one today because it probably is a bit conceptual. So let's just start the discussion, and then we'll continue this at the next hearing. So I'll start with comments and questions from the commissioners, and I'll begin with Carolyn.
Do any other towns have these guidelines?
I think some towns say that you cannot dredge to meet your water depth limit. And so some towns are explicit that way. I'm trying to find some flexibility where, if we have viable shellfish habitat, I don't think that we should have improvement dredging to meet that depth. But if you have locations where things are really degraded, then, maybe we could find a way. And this was, I think, an interest that did come out of comments from, the harbor master as well as the waterways committee. And so I think it's a reasonable thing to consider. So that's kind of where, but I haven't found too much from other towns other than just some that say you can't dredge to meet that.
Okay, I really shouldn't say anything else because I have no idea how they would be able to measure anoxia and sediment size. So that would be interesting to me.
Yeah, pretty simple, physical chemical measurements. It wouldn't break the bank. I'm not in a position to tell you what that threshold is, what the metric is, but I don't think it's that difficult of a measurement to make. All right, Ernie.
Yeah, I'm generally opposed to dredging, particularly in locations like the Herring River. Certainly improvement dredging to meet the 2.5 or 3 foot depth requirement that we have now. No one's ever been able to, well, let me back up. My concern is that you allow improvement dredging, and in an environment like the Herring River where there's a current that's constantly flowing, pretty soon that will fill back in. And I've not had anybody ever been able to tell me that that's not the case. So that being said, I don't think that it's practical to assume that people that we allow to put in floats by dredging will maintain that depth. So for that, I'm opposed to it.
Okay. All right, Mark.
I think I'm right there with Ernie on that one.
Okay. John.
Yeah, and I agree with what Ernie and Mark said, but I also think, I mean, it's interesting, Brad, that you're saying that we could easily establish anoxia and sediment size. I don't recall that coming up in previous discussions we've had where there seems to be a lot of discussion about whether a shellfish area is too anoxic and even though there's shellfish there. So my concern, one of my concerns about this is we just end up in another loop, having extended conversations about whether this is really a shellfish area or not, whether it's really suitable habitat. I really haven't yet heard convincing quantitative methods for settling that argument.
Yeah, it's a good point, John. I just think that we've at times we've heard a lot about the black mayonnaise and anoxia, when for me I would like to see a measurement that demonstrates that. And so, you know, we have cases where yes, it's anoxic, or at least it could be anoxic further out, but in the footprint of the dock it's not. So that's why I put it in there for discussion. It's not too hard to make the measurement. It might be difficult to come up with what that threshold is. So, all right, let's see, Jim.
Well, I mean, I agree that occasionally we come across situations where dredging doesn't do harm and it could possibly do good. If there's a way to easily measure that, then that would be interesting to have that information. Whether or not it needs a change in the bylaw, that seems questionable to me. I mean, I think it maybe would still be a variance if we're talking about a new dock that needed dredging to meet its depth. To me, that would still be a variance, but I do agree that every once in a while there's places that it actually could make sense to do some dredging. So that's my comment.
Yep, good point. Okay, Stan.
Yeah, I guess there's been a lot of good comments there. I agree with all of them. I think the last point, I'm going back to what Jim just said about, does it have to be a bylaw? Because going back to the beginning of this statement, we say there's really no real guidance. And I think what we're talking about is suggesting maintenance dredging, which goes back to what Ernie says, is not improvement dredging, which I agree with Ernie that it shouldn't be improvement dredging. So I guess if we're saying the bylaw should be clarification that we would allow maintenance dredging, that would be helpful. But other than that, and again, being able to make an actual determination as to whether it's anoxic or not, I agree with those comments. So.
Okay. Yeah, I can see your point, Jim and Stan, that right now that the option really just talks about meeting the 2.5 foot or a new metric, whereas you know, do you need a bylaw to allow that? We could probably put a third option in there. All right, so we're going to consider this one for next meeting. I don't think we're going to rule on it tonight. I think there may be a third option to put in there. So that's something that we can consider. So, Amy, any thoughts on this one?
Nothing other than what was said, other than maybe somehow actually either adding definitions, or somehow making it clear the differentiation between improvement dredging and maintenance dredging.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I think, okay, well, if we can work on that between now and the next meeting, we can add that and maybe add a third bullet there. It clearly separates the two. So, all right, I'll ask for any comments from other town departments or boards.
Hello, it's Heinz. In the sense, talking about the dredging, before you get into the shellfish viability, I don't even want to use significant yet, or you do it with the shellfish discussion first and then you go back to the dredging. I know it's probably a toss-up with how you go about it, but I can envision a proponent or a proposal with some of the things that were mentioned tonight that have become more restrictive. Let's say they've met an extended setback, they've met this higher dock, they've met the shading requirement. You're going to put the float in their garage if that's what you want, and they're now at the 3 feet. Like, they've done everything, and the only thing is this kind of depth at the end that they're requiring a dredging amount. Now, I don't know what is considered a little, and we're not even discussing anoxic or sand or some shellfish. It's just, if there was a number of cubic yardage that would be, allowed, and then above that would have to be a variance, then you have some sort of defined, I don't know, is 100 a lot, 100 cubic yards, 80, 50, but that's kind of where I thought that you'd have some definitive, this discussion of qualitative sediment. Yeah, it's a toughie, but a certain number of cubic yards allowed. If everything else fits what you want, it's tough to say, well, sorry. So it's just a thought. Thanks.
Thanks, Heinz.
Yeah, this is John Rendon again. Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree along the same lines as Heinz. I think, you've done studies before on different issues, and yet we really haven't dived deep into looking at whether dredging material that is determined to be fine sediment and mayonnaise, as you say, whether that's a benefit to the environment, a benefit to the health of shellfish. And, so just saying no improvement dredging, regardless of what the samples come out as, I think is not right. Just having a hard line, no improvement dredging, regardless of what the samples look like, I think is, that's a shortcut, or that's just not thinking the process through in my mind. And then we look at, percent of shellfish and whether it's a significant area or not. I know that's another discussion to be had, but I do think that we should talk this thing through a little more.
Okay, thanks, John. All right, any comments from other boards, departments, or members of the audience?
Just me again. To answer Heinz' question, 100 cubic yards or less does not require a water quality certificate, and the DEP lets the local commissions and their jurisdiction govern that kind of dredging. Over 100 cubic yards, you need a water quality certificate, you need chemical testing. It becomes a more complicated and more expensive. But I can't tell you how many projects I've done that are under 100 cubic yards, mostly residential, and it seems to be a very friendly way to accomplish everybody's goals. So if you had to put a threshold, I would follow the DEP guideline and put it at anything 100 cubic yards or less is one thing, and certainly over that is another.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
All right, so we'll mull on this one, and we'll come back with a maybe additional option, and so we can try to make a decision on this one at the next hearing. So I'd like to shuffle the remaining items a little bit, just because I think really number 7, protections for shellfish, should be matched up with number 10, shellfish surveys. So in the interest of getting us out of here before too long, I'm going to move ahead to number 8 on protections for salt marsh. And this one, I think, presently is one of the clearer ones that we have. It just says that, you know, the new structures may not have any adverse impact to the productivity of salt marsh. And I think that despite this language, you know, we're really not meeting this in a lot of cases. Not all cases, but certainly in Herring River, I think there's really almost no exceptions in Herring River to this. So the options to consider are: do we want to modify this language and maybe put in a provision that does not allow any variances when impacts are expected to exceed a certain number, or to have no change? And this is something I found no other towns that really had this type of metric. I thought of what happens a lot of times at the mean low water mark in the fringe of the marsh, and often you're seeing impacts that could be, you know, 5 by 10, something like that. So that's a pretty, you know, just beginning threshold to put on a table for discussion. So I think I almost favor no change. I think the present language has really what we need. We just have to do a little better job of making sure it doesn't happen. So this one, I'm totally open to hear of other options that people might have, or other ways of thinking about this one. I just see it as an impact. Certainly in the tidal flow area, the Herring River is one that we need to do a better job with. So let me open it up to comments and questions from the commissioners, and I'll start with Carolyn.
I'm assuming that the state does not have any guidelines saying you can destroy a portion of the salt marsh if you can return it to its original state within a year.
I'm going to ask Amy, but I think the Wetlands Protection Act might essentially imply that you know, you can only have temporary impacts.
You can have temporary impacts.
Well,
I'm looking it up right now. I don't believe there's anything about temporary impacts, but I'm looking it up right now.
Okay.
And that's my only question on this. So you could go on to someone else. Thank you.
Yeah. No, it's a good point. It's you know, is it acceptable? I was just thinking in terms of you know, variances. You know, we give variances for these things, and sometimes I don't know if we should. All right. Next, Ernie.
Yeah, I vote for no change on this one. I mean, even the language, I'm looking at the bylaws, section 304-8, paragraph G, and I would even strengthen that, because it say in here that additionally the structure should be oriented to minimize the effect of vessels using the structure on the adjacent salt marsh and its substratum. I don't think the word minimize is appropriate. I would say it should eliminate the effect of vessels using the structure on the adjacent salt marsh. So I'm all in favor of no change to the language we have, other than strengthening it perhaps.
Okay. All right, that word minimize. All right, thanks, Ernie. Let's see, Mark.
No, I guess I'm right on board with Ernie on this one as well. I mean, I don't know how you can gauge the impact. You know, that's the question I've got. That's all.
Yeah, no, you're correct. It's very hard. You know, obviously, when you put a piling in, you disrupt a very small amount of salt marsh if it's there. So that's generally considered okay, I think. But that's far less than 50 square feet. So I think it's a valid point that it's hard to gauge. Okay, let's see. John.
Yeah, I'm right. I'm with Mark and Ernie. That was my problem with that language, number one. I don't, who expects to exceed 50 feet? So I'm not in favor of that.
Okay. All right, Jim.
Yeah, I'm in favor of no change, just leaving it at no adverse impacts. These salt marshes are, to me, just a place where there really shouldn't be any negative impacts. They're so valuable. To me, it's really not a place for structures at all, unless it's something that's really is for an overwhelming public good or something like that. Otherwise, they're salt marshes. So that's my comment.
All right, thank you, Jim. Let's see, Stan.
I agree also, no change to this one.
Okay. Amy, any thoughts?
Yep, I have the wetland regs up, and if we were to quantitate it at all, then we would actually have a less stringent regulation than the state, and we can't do that with bylaws. We have to be the same stringency or greater. So I'll just read you the language from the Wetlands Protection Act. When a salt marsh is determined to be significant to the protection of marine fisheries, the prevention of pollution, storm damage prevention, or groundwater supply, the following shall apply. And I'll just preface this by saying I don't think we've ever had a chance where we found that a salt marsh is not significant to those things. A proposed project in a salt marsh or lands within 150 feet of a salt marsh or in a body of water adjacent to salt marsh shall not destroy any portion of the salt marsh and shall not have an adverse effect on the productivity of the salt marsh. Alterations in growth, distribution, and composition of salt marsh vegetation shall be considered in evaluating adverse effects on productivity. So I favor no change. Well, I'd say I don't think you really have the option of even saying 50 square feet or any square feet when the Protection Act is that direct.
Yeah, no, that's pretty clear. How do you feel about Ernie's suggested change on the word minimize to change that?
Where is that? Sorry.
It was in the bylaws, Amy. It was paragraph G under section 304-8.
Hang on one second. 304-8. Which item under that? Sorry.
G,
G.
last sentence.
So what were you proposing instead?
Change the word minimize to eliminate.
I don't know if that would be a hard thing for anybody. I don't know if to meet if you were to say, additionally, the structure should be orientated to eliminate the effect of vessels using the structure on the adjacent salt marsh. Minimize to the greatest extent practicable. I don't know, because I don't know if we can say what effect the vessels are having on the adjacent salt. Give a definitive answer about what effect a vessel is going to have on the adjacent salt marsh.
Well, how about the word avoid then? My concern is.
Yeah, I like that. Avoid.
Okay. Minimize is subjective, and it allows some potential impact on the salt marsh.
To avoid to the greatest extent practicable, or just avoid?
Avoid.
Okay.
Okay. Any comments from members of the town departments or boards?
Science, natural resources, no comment. Thank you, Amy.
Okay.
No comment from me either. Thanks.
All right. Thank you both. Any comments from members of the audience?
I'm going to withhold comments on this one for another day.
Okay. Well, we are going to, I am going to ask Ernie to make a motion, or one of the commissioners to make a motion on this one.
So the only comment I want to say is that there are times I don't quite understand why, if you're saying zero impact on the marsh, that means nothing will ever be built in a marsh again. And I think there are opportunities where structures in a marsh are helpful to protect the marsh. You've heard me say that before. 3 piles in a marsh versus 80-foot long muddy path through it, to me, there's way more impact than to the marsh than 3 piles. I don't understand the logic there. Taking the bylaw literally like that is basically a prohibition, and I think the marsh loses. I don't follow the logic.
Okay.
Yep.
Ernie, did you want to make a motion?
Hang on, Brett. Well, yeah, my question is, if we're not going to make a change, do we need a motion?
We don't have to have one. What do you think, Amy? Is it good to have the record show that we discussed this and we move not to change, or is it not necessary? You have one minor change, a single word, I guess.
Yeah, you changed minimize. You changed minimize to avoid. Why don't you? They may end up omitting it, the warrant, as something minor. If you don't mind, just so we have it in there, can you please just vote on it?
Yep.
All right.
Since it is a change.
Make a motion that we make no change to the language we presently have for protections for the salt marsh.
It's Stan. I'll second it.
Okay, second that, and then under discussion, except for the one word changing from minimize to avoid.
Correct. Yes, I'll amend the motion to include that one word.
Okay. All right then. We'll have a roll call. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. Starting with Carolyn.
Aye.
Ernie.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Jim.
Aye.
Stan.
Aye.
And myself, Brad Chase, aye. Okay, that motion carries 7-0. Pretty simple. So again, I'm feeling guilty about keeping people here after 10 o'clock. How are you doing, Amy? How do you feel?
I'm doing okay. Actually, my neck is a lot better than it has been. So I'm just going to say the next meeting, which is February 3rd, which is only a week away, it's not like we don't have anything. We actually think we have 5 hearings.
Okay.
1 or 2 which are, difficult. So it's not like we have a lighter agenda than we normally have had, but not an extremely light agenda. So, I'll put all this on the next agenda as well, but we may need to have another special meeting, and we'll have to decide. Well, that's going to be tough because we won't know that till after the 3rd, and this has to get in, I believe, the 13th. So.
Right. Well, let's do number 9, protection of coastal bank. I think we can come to a resolution on that, and then we will not move on any of the others tonight. We can discuss them if people want to go till 10:30, but we won't make any action on anything else except for possibly number 9. And so let's do that. All right, so number 9 is protections of coastal bank. And so we all know that's an important resource area for storm damage and prevention, natural sediment source, and wildlife habitat. Although there's really no specific protections for coastal banks within the water dependent structure bylaws. And so really, you're not allowed to alter the coastal bank except for when we allow water dependent structures And in that case, you're allowed to have a 4-foot walkway or path to reach your structure. And I think what I've been seeing at a few cases in recent years is there's been a fair amount of modification to the coastal bank around the 4-foot walkway or path. And so I think we need to tighten things up a little bit. And this just, in my mind, means just specific language that, allows that 4-foot access and specifies that otherwise the coastal bank should be really left alone. And so that's really the premise here, is just to give a little call out to coastal banks and try to make sure that we protect them. I think we do a decent job as a commission. I think Amy keeps an eye on coastal banks very well, but I think a little language in the bylaw would be helpful. So that's the premise there. Let's start with comments. I'll begin with Carolyn.
I'm confused why this is in the section with water dependent structures.
Well, it's because you have to access those structures very often by going through the coastal bank. Not always, but at times you do. And so that's why I felt that there wasn't enough direction in water dependent structure bylaws for calling that resource area out. So maybe we should start with Amy to get her impression on this one, because I think she understands those regulations and bylaws as well as anybody. What are your thoughts on this, and is there room for improvement or clarification on this? I don't know if Amy stepped away.
No, I'm right here. Sorry, I was just fumbling. So typically, I mean, the definition of water dependent structure is a structure or combination of structures built adjacent to or at an angle from the shore and extending seaward beyond the mean high water mark so that vessels may alongside to receive and discharge passengers or cargo, or for use as a promenade, and shall include structures such as floats, docks, piers, or wharves. I think in here, maybe you only refer, I don't know if it really belongs here in water dependent structures, or if you just either put something in the bylaw about referring to the wetlands protection bylaw and regulations. I think it is, but I do think it's more pertinent to the water dependent structure, or sorry, the wetlands protection bylaw and regulations. I don't know if it does any harm or good really to have it in here. For our, sorry, for coastal bank. So
yeah, no, it's a good point, because the protections are really already there. I guess what I'm seeing at times with some of these new dock and pier projects, there's more clearing on the coastal bank than should have occurred outside of the 4-foot path, and so
then I think that's enforceable under the that's under the wetlands protection bylaw.
okay, so it shouldn't happen. Okay. All right. I will ask the commissioners for comments or questions all the same. Anything further, Carolyn?
Well, the coastal bank is included under the definitions 310-2. Is that the place where we should put something about no more clearance needed than 4 feet?
I think, I mean, our language is clear that we allow 4 feet for a walkway. I mean, if people want to do other clearing, it's a a variance for working the 0 to 50. I don't know if it needs additional language.
Okay, then I have no comment. Thank you. I would
All
vote for no change.
Okay. All right. Ernie?
Yeah, I would agree with Carolyn on this.
Okay. Mark?
Nope, I agree as well.
Okay. John?
Yep, I agree.
Okay. Jim?
Well, yeah, I agree that that's an issue that we gotta watch out for. It seems like maybe it's enforceable elsewhere, but I'm not sure. Has it come up on recent projects? Is there some way we could address it?
Yeah, I can think of two recent east side Herring River dock and pier projects where there was, clearing well beyond the 4-foot path, and it was pretty functional, bank prior. So that's what prompted this. Is there a way that we can, recognize this in the bylaws? But the truth is, like Amy says, people aren't reading the bylaws. It's really up to us to enforce what's already in there. So, but it has come up. It's part of, in my mind, it's part of what's happening in the Herring River. There's just growing alteration and encroachment on these resource areas. Sometimes associated with docks and piers. Sometimes it isn't. It's just new owners that want to clear more of their access to the resource area.
Well, yeah, it seems like something that needs more enforcement generally, but not necessarily a change in the bylaw. That's my comment.
Okay, Stan?
Yeah, I guess I agree with everyone else, and especially this last comment of Jim's, that the real problem is how do we enforce all of these issues? We start to focus on some, but in terms of on an ongoing basis, it's really tough.
Yep. Okay. Pretty clear direction from the commissioners. So if there are any brief comments from members of other town departments or boards, please offer them.
Heinz Prof, Natural Resources, no comment. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Heinz.
No comment from me either. It's John.
Okay. Any comments from members of the audience?
I'm good.
Okay. All right. Well, for the record, I'm going to go ahead and move that we have no change to item number 9 on protections for coastal banks, and note the discussion that we had. Could I have a second, please?
I'll second it, Stan.
All right. Seconded by Stan. All those in favor say aye or nay by roll call, starting with Carolyn.
Aye.
Okay. Ernie.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Jim.
Aye.
And Stan.
Aye.
And myself, Brad Chase, aye. So that one doesn't go anywhere. So, okay, we have 3 left. So we're going to go back to number 7. Which is on protections for shellfish. And this is probably one of the more troublesome provisions we have of our bylaws, because it can be viewed as being very clear. There's no new structures allowed where it's a shellfish area, but it doesn't really connect. It says we can require a survey, but doesn't really connect the survey to the former no structures allowed. So we've seen a fair percent of variances given to this, and so I think it's something we would like to clarify and perhaps link it to a metric for shellfish surveys. So this one will bleed over into the shellfish survey discussion, and I'd like to start it tonight, and we're obviously not going to conclude it tonight, but let's just begin the discussion. The options that are down here are to link the no structure language to a shellfish survey metric, eliminate the language or to have no change, but at the same time consider if it's an option to update the town shellfish maps, which at times have been controversial. And so those are the options, and we could add more. It's a wide open discussion because we've had such a problem with this over the different applications in recent years. So let me start with Carolyn for comments.
Well, first of all, I have one question about why in H, where it says, let's see, the survey shall include existing populations of all sizes of commercially important species of shellfish. And then in parentheses, it says clams, quahogs, scallops, and mussels. End of parentheses. No oysters? I think that language there is very specific, and I wondered why. My other comment is actually I did like John's wording for changing this area, and I don't have his wording right in front of me, but that was my impression.
Okay. Thank you, Carolyn. Ernie?
It seems we should have a fourth option, and that would be to eliminate the shellfish surveys and update the town shellfish area maps. So that if it's located within a mapped shellfish area, then it's a non-starter from my perspective. But that's my suggestion.
Yeah, I think it's viable. The question is not a small project to undertake to, I think, really update those maps. So, but we could include that. I mean, we've had a lot of debate on the shellfish surveys. You know, the language says you can't have new structures if it's a shellfish area. So, do you need a survey? It's a valid consideration. Okay, Mark.
I don't have any remarks about this at the moment.
Okay. John?
Yeah, so I don't like the language currently because it's confusing and somewhat contradictory. And I did propose a change that I'll just read in case anyone didn't read it, which is no structure shall be located within 50 feet of an existing eelgrass bed or within a shellfish area defined by the town bylaws or town shellfish warden, or as determined by the results of a professionally administered shellfish survey in areas not designated as shellfish areas. So that requires anything that's currently identified by the town as a shellfish area there's no structures allowed there. And if it isn't identified, then a shellfish survey is required. And I think that clarifies a lot of things. It still doesn't answer the question of, okay, so in areas where there has not been, in areas that need a survey, what do you do with the results, which is the other problem we have. And you could add to that language, but then you're in the issue of where are the thresholds, and that's going to be a complicated conversation if we get there.
Yeah, well, it does come up in number 10. Yeah, I like your language. I think it needs to have something besides just saying or conduct a shellfish survey in areas that are not mapped. What is the response to the survey? I think that's what has to be there.
Right. I think I agree with you, Brad.
So, Well, at the very least, we can put in another option for the next discussion that has, your language, and we can talk about whether we want to have a hook there as well. All right, Jim.
Just one other option that I've come up with is structure shall be located within viable shellfish habitat, and that's kind of it. I don't think it's really that hard to define what is and what is not viable shellfish habitat. But in my opinion, it's best just to keep it really simple like that and leave all the surveys out of it. So that's my comment on it.
If I can follow up, Jim, what would you define as viable?
Basically any habitat that seems to be supporting shellfish. I guess, somebody could say, all right, there's only one shellfish in this 50,000 square feet. Well, that's, seems to be not viable. But if there's, a reasonable number of shellfish and the habitat looks like it could reasonably support shellfish, then I think that it is viable. I'm not a big fan of the survey, so that's my comment on it.
Yeah. Okay. No,
Can I ask a follow-up question to that one to Jim, Bren?
Sure.
So without a survey, what are you relying on? What would we rely on to make the determination that this is a viable shellfish habitat? Is it the maps? Is it a determination from our shellfish constable? If we're not using a survey, what are you using to determine viability?
That's a good point. Yeah, it should be determined by an official from the town, I suppose, whether it be the conservation department or the shellfish warden. Yeah, not a fully vetted out idea. Just throwing it out there.
Okay. I think it's got potential. I think you would have to define viable. All right, Stan.
Yeah, I'll go along with you and John. I agree with Jim, but again, we're back into what's viable, whether it be 1 or 2 or 10 or 100. We get comments from presenters who say, well, this survey had more than the other surveys. So we're running into those issues already. So I don't know how you define viable, no matter what, so I like John's wording better.
Okay. Well, I think we put in these additional options, for the next review, and
right.
And then try to put a little more definition to them. So, okay. Any further thoughts after hearing this, Amy?
None that I've kind of put together in my mind on how to say it just yet. So since we're going to come back to this, I think I'd like a little more time.
Yeah, and we'll touch on it briefly with the slide on the surveys. It's a common issue. I often go back and I wish I could speak to somebody about the intent of the 2003 bylaw. Obviously, somebody really wanted to minimize impacts to shellfish habitat, and so I think that intention was there. But I wasn't around then, so I don't know. Okay, well, let me open it up to comments from members of the town departments and boards.
Hello, it's Hines. I think what I'd like to see right off the bat is the removal of the language that states nothing shall be built within 50 feet of a shell fishing area, and then get into how you're going to look at areas, shellfish surveys, which I am a proponent of, and I'll get into that too. The Division of Marine Fisheries designates the entire river, Herring River, as a shellfish area. Witchmere Harbor is a shellfish area. Allen Harbor is a shellfish area. So if Harwich wants to say, well, that's great, but we're going to disregard what the Massachusetts Division of Fisheries says, and we're going to define it on our own terms, and where we pick and choose, that gets into a slippery slope. So that's why if you remove that 50 feet from a shellfishing area, it actually does give Harwich then a little bit more control. The idea of a shellfish survey, if it's consistent, does provide a lot of answers to some of these other questions. I like the ability to compare survey to survey. I like how two different entities would do it in the same way. Some of that language has been brought up in that slide later on. And if one area is surveyed and then that same one is surveyed years later by a different agency or entity, they're following the same guidelines, and that provides for good stability and reproducibility of results. Viable is a word, great. At some point, I think the word significant is going to come up. I hesitate having a hook where if it reaches something, then that automatically triggers something else. So I'll reserve some thoughts on that. Shellfish mapped areas. This is something that was brought up many years ago now. It was approached by the Conservation Commission, I think. And the way it was worded at that time, and I think I reached out to Division of Fisheries, was a combination of, well, can you give us some idea of what currently is out there, what might have been there in the past, and what possibly could be there in the future? So there might be habitat that may not have a single clam, oyster, soft shell, but if I had the ability to plant stuff there, especially with mitigation funds or what I'm growing in the lab, to initiate a population or to pilot study, put something in there, they themselves can reproduce and possibly create a greater population in that area that maybe initially didn't have some shellfish. So there are a lot of angles to this, but right off the bat, my suggestion is remove the language that states nothing shall be built within a 50 feet shellfish area. That goes back to basically doing a moratorium, which hopefully we've gotten past. Thank you.
Thanks, Heinz.
Yeah, this is John. I guess I would just recommend that, we have a great expert, experienced person in this town dealing with shellfish, and that's Heinz Proft. And I would certainly hope that the Conservation Commission would give his views and his experience and his day-to-day duties of dealing with shellfish due regard with what needs to be done to protect shellfish. That's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from town officials or members of the audience?
Yes, it's Mark again. Mark Burgess. So the town of, most towns require a survey. There's a few that don't, but more do than don't. But I'll share with you an experience in Dennis. So they used to require a shellfish survey, and somebody looked at it, and they had some mitigation numbers and things like that. But what the end result was, they were saying, well, why are we doing these surveys? We really don't tie the survey data with the mitigation. So I helped Dennis develop their current regulations. So they were struggling with things like densities and how important the area is, and can you quantify it, and can you quantify it with reasonable data that perhaps can't be disputed. All of those things created such complications, such as that we're all going through, that just makes their head explode. So what they wound up doing was they found out at the time it cost $6.70 per square foot to plant shellfish, and then they came up with a table of square footages and application of that square footage. So if your dock was 4 feet wide and 100 feet long, it would be 400 square feet times 6.7. So the calculation was developed as part of the bigger the dock, the more mitigation. The mitigation went into the town funds. If they wanted to do on-site mitigation, they could. That hasn't been common recently, but I think, especially in Harwich, that opportunity exists. You know, the current mitigation is the average mitigation for a dock in Dennis is probably $2,500. We've shown that the $6,000 of mitigation in Harwich, it's quite valuable. It's enough to seed, 105,000 square feet. So it's way overkill for 1-to-1 or 2-to-1 or, any of those mitigation ratios that we deal with. I'm becoming not a fan of shellfish surveys, especially after what I saw on the beach a week ago or 2 weeks ago. I was amazed that the legal practice of shellfishing did so much damage to the beach. And I know it's legal, I get it, but it's still, to me, a couple of piles in the beach is completely de minimis compared to what people do every day, just go in and grab the shellfish. So is it habitat? I think Heinz certainly qualified to make that decision. Do we need a survey to prove it? I'm saying no. We always argue about the data. We don't have any rules to quantify that data. It just becomes way too complicated. So yeah, my opinion would be eliminate the shellfish data, rely on your local expert. He can do his own couple of test plots if he wants to establish a sum of a density or anything or something like that, and whether it's quote viable or not. And if it isn't, or it could be improved, and I think the applicant has a very good chance to through on-site mitigation to improve that habitat. Right now, we just give it all to the town, and I think we should look into more opportunities for on-site mitigation, especially if it's an area that's frequently shellfished. We can do all the follow-up studies we want, but when you look at that property on Witchmere Harbor, if we used the data and then went and took the data now, there's probably nothing there, and it's not to the fault of the habitat or the substrate or anything. It's just to the fault that all the shellfish have been fished out of it. So
yeah, Mark, I'm going to have to cut you off there. I mean, there are just thousands and thousands of soft-shell clams there, despite all the digging. So
well,
it's really not an accurate statement you just made.
About what?
About the shellfish being gone?
Oh, well, okay. Maybe not gone, I'm saying, but certainly when somebody goes out there and shellfishes, they're removing shellfish from the area, and the damage caused from doing that is more than anything that a pier will ever do to that dirt.
Yeah, I disagree. It's kind of an odd argument that hand digging has anything more than a temporary impact compared to some of these scouring impacts. It's either way, I think it's late, and so what I'd like to do is move on quickly to the next item on the shellfish surveys and continue this discussion just for a few minutes because it's getting very late, and we'll come back to these that we haven't worked on at the next hearing. So let's just conclude on shellfish surveys because it's a bit of a continuance, and we've all talked about it quite a bit the last few minutes. And so, again, we're looking for, if we want to have better definition to survey methods, if we want to have thresholds to connect with this language we have presently that says no structures in shellfish areas, or to change the language and not connect surveys. And if we go to the next page, it has a recommendation on the survey type. And so I encourage everyone to look at this. It's very close to what AECOM does in terms of a transect pattern. But it tries not to have huge numbers. It wants to keep it at 50 to 100. We have had some vendors that do surveys and they'll have 33 samples, something like that. That's too small. This standardizes the approach a little bit, so I'll encourage people to look at that and think about it. I think the survey proposals, if we continue with them, should be approved by the Conservation Commission prior to the field work and maybe done in coordination with the Department of Natural Resources. They should be done before the shellfish harvesting begins. So there's some standardization there. And then you can see some options here. And I mean, we could really go late into the night discussing what a suitable threshold would be. You know, if you have a 10% frequency of occurrence in one of a typical AECOM, you know, design, then you have a lot of shellfish. You know, you're going to have good numbers. And of course, how many you have depends on the density within that individual cell. So I found no one that has a density metric. So that's one thing that's really hard to come up with. A frequency of occurrence in some ways speaks to what Jim was getting at in terms of viability. You know, if 10% of your sample plots have shellfish, you have a fair number of shellfish in that area. That can be assumed. So I think I will ask for comments, but we're not going to resolve this tonight. I do think we want to get a little more standardization, and then the tougher question is, how do you connect the survey to the language that we presently have? So let me begin with Carolyn, and I guess the last time I'll bug you tonight, Carolyn.
Well, I have no comment. This is a very complex subject, and I think I need to deal with it with a clearer head than I've got right now.
Yeah, I'm right with you. Absolutely. Ernie, any thoughts?
No, I have no comments, Brad, but I would ask if you send these slides to us so we could take a look at them. This one in particular would be helpful.
Okay.
They're in the Dropbox.
Oh, okay. I didn't look for them there. Thanks.
Yep. Okay. Mark?
No, I'm no fan of the surveys either. I just think there's too many holes in it. But that's all I've got to say at this point.
Yeah. Okay. All right, John.
Yeah, surveys are kind of troublesome, but I'm not sure how we get away from them. And so I support standardizing the methodology as much as possible. And I'm afraid we're going to have to deal with thresholds too. I'm not sure what the right way to do that is, so I'm not going to say anything more about it right now.
Okay. All right, Jim.
Well, yeah, I've seen some interesting ideas and figures from John, and he seems to be good at that. But I don't have anything else to add on the surveys right now.
Okay. And Stan.
Yeah, definitely. If we're going to deal with surveys, definitely standardization. I think that's something we really got into this past year as we started discussing some of these. There's too much variability, and we're comparing apples to oranges in all the ones we do. But I don't know what the threshold should be as to what, again, we're getting back to what's viable or not based on what the survey shows. So that's the big question. That's all I have for now.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I looked at a large number of towns in the Cape to try to get some guidance on having thresholds, and there's very little guidance there. It's a tough one. John's analysis showed that even with low frequency of occurrence or densities, you're going to have a large amount of shellfish, given that most surveys are sampling 1% of the footprint. So, you know, it's I think sometimes we're selling that short, the actual, you know, presence of shellfish, given low numbers in the survey. I've also felt that virtually every survey has an inherent problem with it, and often it's missing soft shell clams, it's underestimating oysters. I'm not very satisfied with, you know, what we've seen, and some of it is just the inherent difficulty of sampling at different times of the season. So I think we have to direct people as to when they need to go out, and it does have to be before there is a harvest. So, All right.
Brad,
Well,
Brad, just one other comment, because I think I've admitted to this right along. I've learned more about surveys in the past year because it's really been a learning process as to what the survey is telling me and what's being done in a survey. You know, there have been instances where all of a sudden the light bulb turns on and says, oh, half the plots aren't being counted because of a marsh area or whatnot. So I think a lot of the problem with surveys is just understanding what's being done in some of these.
yeah, no, I agree. All right, folks. I really don't want to keep everybody much later, but I will ask the folks who have been speaking up to see if they want to say anything. Heinz, did you want to comment on this one?
Oh, absolutely. I've been waiting all night. One comment about shellfishing in Pleasant Bay. That's where generally digging takes place. There's a regulation that people have to fill in the holes that they dig. Because if not, that place can look like World War I neutral, just like a bombed out crater. So that's as significant that it actually has made it into shellfish regulations that you have to fill in your holes when you're out shellfishing. The Conservation Commission, the town of Harwich, needs a survey done. Now, defining it is something I think we'll spend some more time doing so. I have the ability to do so, but it puts me in a predicament where it could be, even if the perception of it being biased does not feel right. So I will review every survey that's done, and I have, and I've written comments, and when I see one, I put that against, either past surveys or 23 years of being in the town and working in the river with commercial shellfishermen. Does that fall within the realm of possibility of what I'm looking at? And so I certainly would like to do that, or be a part of approving it before it goes out. That, my opinion, would fall under Natural Resources Shellfish Constable. There are some variabilities in there that have been done, but we have gotten better over the years. And I think requesting a survey, and certainly I'm being aware of when it's taking place, is paramount, so that if they're in a closed area or on a closed day, that I can know ahead of time that that's taking place. That's one thing. I think there's a reason you don't see language as to viable or significant, and I think that really should just run its own course. I think we would all agree if 100% of the area had, yeah, that's significant, maybe even 50%, but we start getting into the thresholds that can easily be tripped off, especially if I'm hearing or reading things that now come with other restrictions or penalties, or nullifying a proposal. I don't think that's a good idea either. But real quick, yes, I agree with surveys. Define them, and yeah, thank you.
All right, thanks, Heinz. I can see a stronger role with your department, no matter what we do, to try to tighten up these surveys. Help with design and time of year and all that. So I think we're heading in the right direction with this. All right, anyone else? John?
Brad, I've got nothing else to add. Thanks.
All right, thank you. And Mark?
No, I'm okay. I don't mind the surveys, but I do think you should rely on Heinz and his opinion, and that should carry a lot of weight. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Brad,
All
one final quick comment. If we get into this idea of surveys and we're going down one possible path of defining suitable, viable, significant, that's one. But I think the converse should not be true, meaning if we don't find shellfish, it should not then be designated as not a shellfish area. And I'll bring that up again in the future. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I think that's reasonable. And I think the commission has ruled and granted variances to that provision several times when we have found the results seem to have very low densities. So it has gone that way. I think that the bigger trouble is when we have higher densities and we still grant the variance, and that's what concerns me. Well, I want to thank everybody very much for putting the time in. It's a long meeting. It's a late meeting. Everyone's got to work or do something tomorrow, but we'll make sure that we we make some edits to these that were not approved tonight and make them available, and then we will discuss them as we can at the next hearing. Any last thoughts on the process, Amy, and the schedule and all?
So just a reminder, February 3rd is our next meeting, so next Wednesday. And just so the commission knows, I mean, we're bogged down, so I'm going to do my best to make some of these edits as well as review, you know, do the review for for all the hearings, you know, the few hearings that are on there. So just be patient with me and feel free and add your own comments as well.
Yep, I'll work with you, Amy, on the items, and you know, we got a few accomplished tonight, so that's a start. And thank you very much for all your work, Amy, on this. It just wouldn't be possible without you. And,
thank you all.
yeah, no, well, thank you. Well, unless there's any last comments from the commissioners, I'd like to move that we adjourn.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, last call for comments. Thank you all for all your comments and input tonight. I think it's very helpful, and I think we're moving in the right direction. So, all right, we have a motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye, starting with Carolyn.
Aye.
Hey, Ernie.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Jim.
Aye.
Stan.
Aye.
Myself, Brad Chase, aye. The motion carries, and everyone have a good night, and thank you.
Good night.